And recording.
You got it saved, Echo?
No, it's gonna make you do all that crap.
That's whatever. I'll just. It's a tutorial. It better not make me just totally go crazy.
Oh man,
But god damn. I
we're
don't know
looking
if I
at
want
you.
to. God damn.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Hey, I mean,
One of
at
us
least
can
like.
make she for
Yeah, that.
um,
Alright.
missions. Um, before we get into B2, their own exposure to Pathfinder, wanted to get some housekeeping out of the way. So a lot of times in the beginning of a campaign, there's a lot of meta where we're just going back and forth, learning about how each other plays, what their character goals, ambitions are, and of course, I want to RP a lot of that as well. But to get some of the uncomfortableness, early uncomfortableness of play out of the way, I figure we'll do character introductions now as just sort of like a meta way of informing each other of who we'll be playing with. So I'd like each of you guys to just briefly talk about your characters, where they're from, where you expect to see them like later in the campaign. Nothing too like detailed, and of course nothing that you want to keep mysterious, but just preamble so that y'all know who you'll be playing with. And whoever wants to start, you just go right ahead. Do I have to pick
Okay, I
someone?
can go
Oh, thank you,
first.
MJ.
So my character's name is Kalarasha. She is a Goliath woman from the Kodar Mountains. She's been sheltered most of her life, but she comes from a clan of blacksmiths, and they don't know much about the world outside their mountain. So she's just kind of exploring now and learning a lot of new things. Um, She's seeing a lot. She's never seen deserts and stuff, so it's been really interesting for her the last couple of years. But she's a big dummy with a big heart, and she likes to hit people really hard.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Next.
I can go next. My character's name is Joanna Eugene. She is a doctor by trade, but she's an alchemist. She grew up in kind of south of where we are, uh, in a place that uh, has a lot of like there's a lot of magic users, but there's also this area that is really messed up when it comes to magic. So using magic is actually extremely detrimental and can backfire on people horribly. So she's actually really used to seeing um, that kind of like that kind of stuff. She's a human. She is in her late 20s and or like mid 20s. Sorry. Uh, and she's kind of short tempered. But she does have a good heart. She means well. But her bedside manner is kind of atrocious. Um, but yeah, that's Joanna.
Thank you.
My character is Morgan Thane. She's a young wizard. She's from the Isle of Kortos, but she lives on the opposite side from Absalom, so she's well educated, but a little naive. She's a little bit of a rube. She has a cat named Rarvagug that she loves more than anybody else in the world, and she's been recently expelled from the Arcanumarium.
Perfect. And Echo.
My character is Cade Stone. Uh, he's about like he's like in his mid 20s, so he's like 25. He's just a big himbo that used to like serve from whatever city he's from. He forgot what city it was. That's also because I don't know what city yet, but we'll get there. Um, and he mainly just spends most of his time around just trying to like find a job to help him have purpose again. Ever since he left, kind of like the army in a sense. So that's all he does. Just goes around and he likes to help people. He's a big old himbo that just likes to punch things really hard.
I could see two characters getting along very well.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Two academics and two punch things.
Yep, punch things very hard. But he likes to
Very,
help people. That's his main purpose.
very good. Anyone want to add anything? Anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
hmm
How do I level up my character in this thing?
Oh, we'll talk about Foundry stuff later on.
Okay.
I plan on being around after the session. We'll decide whether or not we want to begin play. And then if we do, then we'll play. And I'll still be around afterwards to help with Foundry stuff, but we'll take Foundry questions after we're done with all the other stuff.
Okay.
Any character related questions?
I think Sam, we talked about Joanne helping Cade get into it in the first place, right?
Yes. So at the beginning of this, Cade and Joanna have met each other briefly. They've met each other briefly. But I wouldn't say that they're quite friends yet, but they're
They kind of just
acquaintances.
know each other, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Perfect.
Friendly acquaintances.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, just wanted to get that out of the way. That should make it a lot easier when we actually do begin play, since you guys will know who you'll be partying with. So I did do an update to the adventure background. I haven't shipped it out yet. I wanted to sort of have it be part of the session. Melanie so graciously offered to, well, I asked her to read it, and so she'll do that now.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Um, Across the inner sea, in the deserts to the south, the golden dunes echo endlessly as far as the eye can see. They shimmer in the roaring heat of the sun like waves of gold. Little survives in this beautiful land. It is as scarce as it is breathtaking. Though some might say this is the perfect environment for something truly magnificent to blossom, perhaps the only environment. For amidst the rolling waves of gold, the rarest of miracles can simply be stumbled upon. The natives of Thuvia refer to it as the golden orchid, but it is more often called the sun orchid by alchemists and botanists. Pharasma appeared to the alchemist Artokis Kirin and revealed to him the recipe for the most valuable and precious elixir known to all life, the fountain of youth, the sun orchid elixir. Able to cure all diseases and poisons, restore any living being to an age of their choosing, cure any malformation, any curse, any ailment, divine or otherwise. It is a truly precious concoction. Guided by the deity Pharasma, Thuvia built their economy on the elixir, safeguarding the recipe amongst their most loyal in the citadel of the alchemist since its founding in 1142 AR. It is the core of the country's economy, influence, and society itself. Cities were built with the elixirs and the safety of mercantilism in mind. However, and every year, the elixir is distributed to a randomly selected city for the annual sale of only 6 vials. By keeping the elixir rare and in high demand, it also draws in much more attention. In the past, the elixirs were teleported to the city of the Chosen, but the last couple years have seen setbacks. Teleportation mishaps have resulted in the loss of millions of gold, and so the Thuvian government has decided to move them physically with the utmost secrecy. In an effort to reduce loss, Thuvia turned to the most trusted organization in the region, the Pathfinder Society, requesting help in the distribution of the elixir. These dealings were done in secret, as were the following audits of the most renowned captains the Society had on roster. Eventually, a bid was taken from the possible candidates, and a captain was chosen, along with their vessel. Captain Garth Rist of the Mephistopheles secured the rights to move the elixirs. Once a drunkard who could barely manage a dinghy? A dinghy?
Yeah, it's like a little ship.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Gar rose above his flaws to become a well-known leader even outside the society. His neutral attitude and consistent ability to handle sticky situations made him a top pick for fixers and managers alike, finding work wherever his sales took him. As his work improved and expanded, so did his need for a bigger workforce. Rather than take on a fleet that was recommended to him by many admirals of the society, Gar would rather take advantage of his connections and funnel his talents into one refined vessel. Using the aid of magic and the most skilled craftsman's talents, Gar built the largest galleon to ever breach the waves of Galarian. At over 400 feet in length and 100 feet in width, the Mephistopheles has also surpassed all expectations, able to maintain a top speed of 32 knots even without tailwind. Though it appears rather defenseless, like a shipping barge, the Mephistopheles has over 3 dozen cannons, a reinforced hull, and areas for siege equipment. Considering its mysterious origins, some suspect the vessel also has enchantments protecting it, and military experts and strategists agree that the Mephistopheles is the single most capable vessel on the ocean, winning a bout with the entire navy of some countries. At any rate, the Society could not think of a more safe method by which to conduct the job. Despite the care taken to keep it secret, some things will always be known. For those seeking to regain their lost power, the Sun Orchid Elixir has been a keen prize to acquire. Many will know the elixirs will be on the move, but not by whom or how, except for the most informed. Spies captured in Absalom have already confessed the information they sold to acolytes in the service of powers yet still unknown. The government has turned its attention to securing their walls, especially with the Rune Lord threat still vivid in their minds. In response, the inner region has been restless and irritable. Merchants are more wary, less willing to haggle or bargain. Barkeeps speak of shadows behind their windows, lightless cloaks moving through the night. Whispers and rumors have begun to spread amongst the fishermen. Something lurks beneath the waves of the inner sea, searching for something. And the city guards are jumpy and agitated, unsettled and perturbed, responding to even the smallest infractions with discomforting cruelty. The very air seems to stir with a shifty nervousness, as if something were about to happen. A tone reminiscent of a storm on the horizon, the quiet excitement of the unknown changing future, spurred and fostered. The dreamer in the deep has felt this restlessness disturbing its slumber in the form of a pressure on the dreamscape it perpetuates within the ethereal plane. Be it luck or pure coincidence, this dreamscape was pushed into the space overlapping the maelstrom in the astral plane and began to sap energy through the transitive plane into the dreamscape. The Thulus sensed the energy from this astral torrent, and it stimulated the Great Old One, allowing its seed to impregnate the dreamscape and bring rise to a new Great Old One, an abandoned. To perpetuate its life, the abandoned nestled its home, the dreamscape of its father, in the minds of the material. Nestled deep within the minds of fanatics, ancient and terrible powers wait while their acolytes obey. They move about the inner sea region, preaching about the end of times as they always do, but now they speak of deities not heard of before, and the people are listening. Daughter of Void, the forlorn consort to divinity, handmaiden's womb, and abandoned, titles of the same terrifying entity, or the remembrances of more. Dark forces begin to move while the southern inner region prepares a different approach for the annual bazaar featuring the fabled Sun Orchid Elixir. It cannot be coincidental, surely.
Thank you very much, Melanie.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. So yes, that is our adventure background. As many of you are aware, a lot of adventure backgrounds come with meta information that your characters are not privy to. This is, hey, thanks. That's for Melanie.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So yes,
Don't worry, I got
this
you.
is that. It's just some pretense info for you guys to sort of wrap your head around as we're playing. Now I will read the setting just so that we have that all fresh in our minds as well, and we'll move on to the rules. So the setting, if you remember, it's that letter from Des Moines to the adventurer. Thank you for your interest in serving as security and emissary for the following year aboard the Mephistopheles. You have been selected as a potential candidate for the job. We ask that you report to the Mephistopheles at the docks at noon tomorrow to discuss participation further. We will leave Absalom Port in 2 days' time, so if you intend to embark with us, further discussion will be needed immediately. Should you decide to accept the contract and join our crew, be prepared for the voyage ahead. We will not be returning to Absalom for some time. I look forward to working with you. Des Moines Gras. You have replied to a posting in the local Pathfinder lodges regarding an approximately year-long voyage on the inner sea with the expectation of a great payout. The voyage details stopping at several ports before eventually heading south to Thuvia. The Mephistopheles' first stop will be in Almus to the north, the capital of Andran. It is a highly influential city focusing on multiculturalism and democracy. Andran and the capital Almus are among the oldest nations in the Inner Sea region, older than that of Cheliax. It had a revolution, however, in the People's Revolt, which led to the new democratic government and the shedding of the Chelaxian economic control over the country. The next listed port is West Crown in Cheliax. The active shipping port is an important location, providing economic outlets for much of Cheliax via the Atavian River that flows south to the inner sea. Currently, the city is undergoing immense pressure from a zealous order of Iomedean knights, whose intentions are currently unclear, but likely wish to reclaim the land in the name of their deity, Iomede, from the devil worshippers. The voyage then depicts a course to the south to the deserts of Thuvia. Once a part of the grand nation of Old Osirian, Thuvia is now known for its most famous export, the Sun Orchid Elixir. Since the discovery of the elixir, Thuvia has built their country on its immense value, with the 5 city-states of the region being brought into the fold. A city is chosen for the annual bazaar where the elixirs are brought and sold. Thuvia believes the goddess Pharasma will punish them if they do not sell the elixirs to outsiders, and so the annual bazaar always occurs, despite the risks affiliated with selling the fabled elixirs. You can expect to spend a great deal of time on the open ocean as well. Though from what you have heard about the Mephistopheles, you will imagine it will be as comfortable as a night in a foreign town. The famous Mephistopheles crews over 300 men and women of all manner of species. It is captained by one of the most prestigious and accomplished sailors the Pathfinder Society has under their employ, Garth Rist, known for his gruff hospitality and eccentric crew. Considering the job details, it is likely that you will have a lot of free time while out at sea and at port. The Mephistopheles usually stays a month or 2 at each port, fulfilling its various contracts before moving on to the next one. Once your assigned duties are accomplished, you imagine you will need to find something to fill your time between ports, though each new city will certainly have something to offer. Okay, any questions on the setting or background? Any comments?
Nope.
No, I think I'm good.
Very, very good. Moving right along. Okay, so going to go into rules. So there are several rules, several concepts and topics that some of us may be unfamiliar with, might not have ever used them, might not even be aware that they exist. Furthermore, several of the rules are expanded upon, while a couple were manifested to execute certain elements I intend to highlight. To begin, I'm going to push out some links, and we're just going to take a look at them. Oh, not what I meant to do. I don't know why it does that when I'm copying links. We'll start with chases. Now, I don't plan on going into like we're not going to read the entire thing. I'm just going to do a brief summary. We'll talk about them. We'll make sure we have an understanding of the rules and how they work. Ask any questions, that sort of thing. And then we'll move on to the next rule. I just want to make sure everybody knows like what a chase is when it occurs. So a chase is a series of checks simulating quick movement through obstacles in an environment. While other actions can be taken, the main goal of a chase is to either get to a finish line or escape the area. In a finish line chase, The participants race through a series of checks to be the first, using initiative and movement speed to determine distance traveled upon successful checks. In a chase to escape, the participants move through a grid, using checks with the goal of leaving the grid without being seen. Chases may or may not be common, so it's worth familiarizing yourself with it. The way that a chase works is I will set up checks for you to go through. Then, depending on your initiative, you will roll one of those checks. Usually, it'll be a choice of two checks. One might be an easier check, while the other one might be a slightly harder. But based off of your skills and abilities, you have a choice as to which one you'll choose. You'll roll for that check. If you succeed, you pass the check and you move a certain distance based off of your movement speed. If you fail the check, you get stopped there, and anybody that is either coming up on you or is next to you can perform an attack or something. Chases work different than combat. Uh, while we still act in initiative, it's a lot more in the theater of mind, where we're keeping track of where we are as far as distance, and then if somebody's near you, they can either attack you or perform a combat maneuver. But by and large, it's mostly about movement. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say about chases. Does anyone have any questions?
Mm-mm.
Nah, I'm cool.
We think we have a good understanding of how chases work when it occurs.
They work similarly to like D&D, so like I think I got a good grasp of it.
Cool. Cool. Samian, I figure you guys probably are already familiar with this, but any
Yeah.
comments you want to add?
No. I figure when we actually get in a chase, people will probably have already forgotten a lot of this stuff, so we'll probably need refreshers when it happens.
Yeah, I figured as well, but hopefully doing this ahead of time will make that occurrence a lot smoother. Um, but if you guys don't have anything to add, and I'll be checking in with you guys periodically to see if you guys have anything to add, because I'm sure you guys will be familiar with these rules. But all right, we'll go on to the next one then. Next rule I want to review is downtime. So there's the link. Once again, I'll just read a summary. We don't have to read the whole thing. Just briefly go into what downtime is, how we'll use it, and then any questions or concerns. So downtime is the slow play day-to-day between adventures. It follows a 4-phase session making up one day. Those phases are upkeep, activity, income, and event. Upkeep is where participants pay costs associated with maintaining things. Daily costs are accrued in some instances and is handled first. Activity is where the participant declares what they are doing. It could be anything from going shopping to crafting an item. A check may be needed. Income is the resolution of certain activities that provides yields. When something is generated, it is acquired in the income phase. And finally, the event phase is a 20% chance with an increase of 5% per day an event does not occur. So we start at 20%. If an event does not occur that day, then the next day you have a 25% chance to see an event. Events can be good, neutral, or bad, but are always adventure specific. Any questions or comments on downtime?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Ian, Sam,
Nah.
nothing?
If I have a question, I'll ask.
Roger.
Yeah, let you
Moving
know,
right
bro.
along. Last is this next one is it's not the last. It's masked personas. There are rules for it. I had no idea, but worth using since they're already in there. There's the link. It's very straightforward. Masked persona. At any point, a character can don a disguise, and you need to think about what sort of disguise you will take. I highly recommend it. Personas are alternate identities for the use of keeping one's true self anonymous and uninvolved. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that the public are unable to tie the persona to the true self. While alignment spells still register the true self's alignment, divination spells such as locate creature and scrying do not work on personas, as they are separate individuals. Only creatures who know the true self of the persona can see through the disguise and therefore can target divination through disguises. Very, very important. If you are disguised, you cannot be scryed.
Hmm.
Any questions or comments on that?
Mm-mm.
No.
Alrighty. Moving on, ship combat. This I'm only linking it so that people know that it's a thing. I really don't even want to talk about it that much because it's not something we're going to get into until like Act 2, which is going to take months. But just know that ship combat will eventually be a thing. Moving along. All right, the big one. Intrigue. So this is where a bulk of our time is going to be spent talking about rules because honestly, it is the most important change to rules that we're going to be using for this campaign. Typically, intrigue and interpersonal relationships, how you interact with another person is usually done with only two skills, diplomacy or intimidate. That's it. Intrigue basically turns that on its head and makes it a much more expansive system. So I'll read my summary real quick, and then we'll go into the specifics. So intrigue, in these terms, is the social tension or interest found between parties, with influence being how it is executed. For this campaign, intrigue and influence will be key rules alongside fame, reputation, and relationships as the 5 social elements used. I am choosing to use intrigue and influence because it offers a more nuanced approach at the roleplay and fits nicely with the other rules. The PFSRD page for this is long and intimidating, but I will summarize it. Throughout the campaign, you will want and need to influence people around you. And instead of using the simple diplomacy, intimidate, bluff check, we will take a different approach. We use discovery checks against a target to determine a number of things, including their strengths, weaknesses, and influence skills, the topics and hobbies the individual will respond to. For example, you know that Gar is a captain. Therefore, you can infer that profession sailor is an influence skill. This could be a knowledge check, a profession, or really any skill or ability check. For example, say you want to gain information from a local. Normally, we would use diplomacy and RP some dialogue. Instead, you will make a discovery check to determine and derive something about that local, and use that to gain information. A successful perception check as your discovery might yield that the local has fish scales under his fingernails, determining the man to be someone who works with seafood. Players then know that knowledge nature or profession sailor might be used to influence the local, using those skills as ins for communication or action. This isn't to say that diplomacy and intimidate will not be used, they will supplement these attempts for influence. So these discoveries, when successful, these influences, when successful, gain sway over the target, and once enough is earned, can yield a favor, gain some benefit, or remove an obstacle. You will likely find these tactics incredibly helpful for the campaign, yada yada. Okay, so we start with a discovery check. That could be something like perception. That could be sense motive. Something to gain info about the person. Upon a successful perception check or sense motive, you will glean something about that person, something that they're interested in, something that they're affiliated with, and use that as your influence to then get them to do stuff or interact with them. Do we have questions yet? I would imagine we should.
So, so we want to like. So I'm kind of confused about that one. I
Mhm.
don't really get like. So we have to like. when we're talking to locals to get information, we make like a different kind of check in order to see what kind of person they are. Like,
It's sort of like an insight check into the person. So rather than just relying on your charismatic nature, it's sort of involving the other person's interests and their own, intent and motives to play on, to actually interact with. So yes, you use a check to learn something about them, and then once you've learned something about them, you use that info to then influence them in some manner.
and if you fail that check, like let's say like I fail and I don't learn anything, like am I not allowed to try and like
Perfect.
talk
So
to them anyway?
the way that this all occurs is in a what's called a social encounter, which is different than combat encounters, but functions more or less the same thing. You act on initiative. You each act independently, and you can each perform your own influence, i.e., attacks on a target, and you do so independently. So your influence, when you make a discovery check, say you fail, but say Joanna succeeds, so she learns something, then maybe she presses the subject. You now know, based off of inference, what she just pressed on. So you didn't learn that the sailor has fish scale, that the local has fish scales, but Joanna did, and so she asks something about it. Now you know, and so you can use that in. You can use that influence in as well. So just because you failed something doesn't mean that it's the end. You can still pick up on what your party is doing, but discovery and influence checks are independent from one another. So if Joanna succeeds the influence check, she will gain sway, but you won't. It's not like the entire party gains sway, it's person specific.
Okay, gotcha.
Any other questions?
Is this going to be for every interaction, or is this going to be for like more like specialized interactions of like with it, like important figures and stuff like that?
I wanted to do every interaction this way, but if it doesn't seem that folks like it that way, then we don't have to. Um,
It seems like
I'm
and
just like
for
I
worried that
haven't
it's just
played with
like
it,
it
so
might
obviously
be,
my
yeah.
opinion doesn't mean that much yet, but it just seems like a lot to just talk to an NPC.
Yeah, because if it's just
Yeah.
like
that's
Joe
one of my
Schmo that's a
problems as
fucking
well, is
fisherman,
that
that just might be a bit much for, especially that's a lot of pressure on you and Ashley too. Like that's you'd have to come up with backstories for like every person we interact with or event.
No, it's mostly just I have to set up discovery and influence checks. That's really all. It uh working backwards in this instance is just a lot more efficient and like works well. So like on the fly, if you're interacting with somebody, I can just, make because there's only so many different influence skills, right? There's only so many skills in the game. There's only so many abilities in the game. So I have a limited amount that I can even work with. So I just work backwards. So I'll choose some influence skills and then from there choose some discovery checks and that's it. Like I don't technically need any backgrounds because all I'm doing is just setting skills. That said, if you guys don't like it, we can just use it for more important interactions and just stick with diplomacy, bluff, and sense motive. Or intimidate. I'm not super attached to this. I'd rather you guys have fun than me use the systems I want to use. But it it definitely expands RP quite heavily, and it will make social interactions, and at least as far as I can understand it, much more engaging.
uh, I I worry that you're confusing engaging with complicated. It seems to me that, like Froggy said, that there's going to be much more occasions where we're going to be dealing with people on a short, less formal basis, where it doesn't need to be an entire encounter into itself. Like if we go to Bob the Grocer, like I don't need to
Yeah,
be
no, I
worried.
don't. I don't
Like,
plan on doing that. No, no, no. That wasn't my intention. It was more like if you want something from someone, like you're investigating something and you're trying to get information from somebody who wants to withhold that information. To me, the diplomacy, bluff, and intimidate is not as interesting. Again, this is a personal opinion. If others don't feel this way, it's fine. We can not roll with it. But it just like a diplomacy check being like, hey, what is this information versus learning about somebody and then using that info to then garner that info.
And what you're describing is very much like a high stakes situation in which
Yes,
something like this might be appropriate. And
right.
I'm worried that it might be tedious to do it in anything other than high stakes situations like that.
That's fine. We can just do it in high stakes situations where it's quite specific that the person you're encountering with wants to withhold it, and so that could then clue you guys in as far as like, okay, well, this guy actually does know something because we're going to be using the intrigue system rather than just the diplomacy system. That's fine with me. I'm not. Whatever you guys want to do, please express your concerns.
So you said like, cause so my thing, right? Like, do charisma skills become like useless then? Because like
No.
I have to like make these diplomacy checks, like, cause I put a
So
lot of points in intimidation. It's my best skill.
well, so that's the thing is like some even in this call right here, some of us are more, you know, interested in certain attitudes than others. Some of us might respond more to threats versus others. And so, what the intrigue system is supposed to do is allow more flexibility with that interaction rather than every single person just having like an intimidate DC. Some people, like, yes, they can be intimidated, but it also triggers an like another personality attitude. So like, yeah, you intimidated them, but that also comes with the cost of them like really disliking you. So like, yeah, you may have gained that information, but now they don't like you because you intimidated them. And the intrigue system sort of like lets you play into that a little bit better because it pairs with the relationship and fame system quite well. Because you can use these social encounters to affect your relationships with others. So that's sort of why I was seeing the opportunity in it. Um, but we, like I said, we don't have to do it with every encounter.
Is it okay if I change my feet then? Because I don't want to go
You,
around intimidating
so
everyone and then making like
every
everyone I interact with not like our party.
character changes can occur all the way through Act 0. So up until we land in Almus, you can make any changes you want.
Okay.
And you'll know when we get to Almus. It's going to be a few sessions before we actually get there. So you'll have, you know, 3 or 4 sessions to change your character. But once we finish Act 0, I want character creation to be solidified. I feel like 3 to 4 sessions is plenty of time.
Okay.
Also, Mel, intimidate is useful in like combat context as
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah.
there's still perks to being good at intimidating, and it does sound like within this system, it's meant to be expansive rather than restrictive. And intimidate can probably still be a thing. Like sometimes it's good to have someone in the party who can crack their knuckles and make something happen. Um,
Yeah,
but
because my character's like a big thing with her
Yeah.
is like she is scary not because she wants to be scary, but because she's like fucking massive and she has like a gigantic sword. Like she's huge. She's like 8 feet tall. And she's just like naturally much more intimidating. So she doesn't go out of her way to be like, oh, like I want to antagonize these people, like threaten them to get what I want. But when she asks for something, she has this natural intimidation because of like her stature.
Yeah, I
And
think I
that's
mean
why I wanted her stats
Yeah.
so
I think
high
it
and
would be like
important.
totally reasonable to expect that like a certain character would be impressed by your intimidating
yeah,
what you
in
did.
certain
Yeah.
contexts, like if
Like they're
you're
like, I
trying
like
to,
that.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't want to bring
Yeah.
any negative like
I think it's mostly
interactions
Well,
just
onto the
They
party
can be
because I'm
but
no.
they can
that's
be
losing
both.
kind
They
of
that
can
the
be
way
both.
skill.
that's sort of how it goes though. Like your success in any social encounter isn't necessarily based off of your own abilities, it's based off of who you're interacting with. That person may just not be accommodating with your methods of communication. And even though you're really successful at it with others, maybe this person doesn't like being intimidated, and so it triggers them in a different way. That's what the intrigue system is supposed to sort of do, is give more personality to NPCs such that you just don't use intimidate every single time you go into a social encounter. You don't just use diplomacy every time you go into a social encounter. It offers more flexibility, and in that vein, it I see opportunities for RP too, because if you're um, trying to influence somebody using a specific topic, and then you're using that skill, it's naturally going to come across differently than if you're using diplomacy or intimidate. And so you can be good at intimidate, but I'm sure you're good at other things too. And so you might find that those skills will be ins and useful influence checks as well. Uh, but again, all of this we can just do for high stakes encounters, and Ash and I will talk about. She's, by the way, really want to thank Ashley. She has been so helpful. I don't think you guys understand how much she's been doing for me. So,
You're
just
welcome.
yeah,
It's been fun.
well, we can if that's the way we want to do it, where it's just high stakes encounters. That
Yeah, I mean,
Ash and I can make that work.
I think it makes sense in a situation where you're really trying, this is an important person and you're trying to butter them up. You're trying to I think their point makes sense, that it's for the big leagues.
Yeah, it's when you really need to be tactical
Yeah.
about the social
Yeah.
context.
When you can't use the hammer all the time, you got to use the surgical tools.
Well,
Yes.
and I think there's this is for Mel specifically, but there's a difference between being intimidating, like as a characteristic, and using the intimidate skill, which is
Right.
when you specifically are trying to achieve something by threat or of force or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Like
would I
intimidating, but if you're trying to be nice, you're still making a diplomacy check, even though you yourself are scary.
Mhm.
Do you see what I mean? Like
Okay,
you
yeah, I
intimidate
do see
feels
what you mean.
it's like an
Okay.
active
I think I
personality.
am gonna change my thing then, because my whole thing with her was like I wanted her to be like she goes up to someone, she needs something from them, information, whatever. She asks them, and she is so like imposing that I roll intimidation, but then she's like, "Oh no, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I just need help. Like I'm just lost. Can you give me directions? Like I'm
I
not
think
gonna
you could
beat you
still
up.
RP it
I'm
that
And
way.
see,
sorry."
that
Yeah.
plays really well into the intrigue system,
Yeah,
because
I just
in a
don't know.
social encounter you do multiple checks. You don't just do it's not like you just do diplomacy, or profession sale, profession sale. You use different checks to garner different information. And so that would work really well in an intrigue where, like, you open with an intimidate, you get something, but then the feedback is like, oh, they're actually scared of you. So you backplay it, then you go
It
into
over.
diplomacy.
Yeah.
And so that's the encounter, is like, rather than one check you get your info, it's check 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 info.
Okay,
I
so
think you have to worry
okay,
about changing anything right now. I think
yeah.
we can roll through, a
Yeah,
couple
there will
sessions and you can
be
figure out if you want to or not.
I
Mhm.
I part of act 0 is an introduction to all of these rules. So there's a chase, there's some downtime, there's some intrigue, there's some disguises, stuff like that. Like, all of act 0 will flesh out a lot of these rules before character creation is finalized. And so by the end of act 0, you'll have already engaged with uh, intrigue, you'll already have engaged with chases, so you'll know before act 1 starts if you need to make any changes.
Okay.
Oh, so this is just a lot of like role play.
uh, Most of this campaign is RP. Like, a lot of it
Oh,
is going to be
oh,
it's a
that's
very
too easy.
a
That's
very
we're
RP
good, bro.
heavy
You'll get
campaign.
to punch stuff. You'll get to
There's
punch.
there's combat, don't get me wrong. It's just
It's like my campaign. It's mainly role play. I'm cool with that.
it's a lot of communication, and the approach I'm taking with it is trying to offer alternative resolutions than violence. So, like, you can do violence, by all means, go right ahead, but I'm choosing to use these systems so that you have other options.
Hey, too easy, bro. Let's do this. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm already in Kate's mindset right now.
Do we have any more comments, concerns, or questions about intrigue and influence?
I think you explained it pretty well, and I was just kind of listening because again, this is like my first time playing Pathfinder,
Mhm.
so I'm not too familiar with everything. But hearing everyone like butt in and talk about it seems pretty understandable now. And if I do have questions, I'll exit like throughout if I can.
That's the benefit of a session 0. Cool. Okay. Then we'll move on to relationships. This is still part of the intrigue page, I think. Make sure. Oh, no, it's not. Let me get that link for you guys.
Yeah,
Okie
no, that's too
dokes.
easy.
So relationships is just a very, very straightforward way of keeping track of your interpersonal interactions between two individuals. In Pathfinder, it is expressed via a 4-tier table by relationship points ranging from 0 to 31 and plus. So the way that goes is from 5 or lower, you are association. 6 to 11, you are either a friendship or a competition. 12 to 30, fellowship or rivalry. And 31 or higher, devotion and enmity. It's just a way of keeping track of your relationship. So how close you are to Gar, how close you are to Demoy. And each of you will have relationship scores separate from one another. So Ian's relationship with Gar might be, better than Echo's relationship with Gar.
Okay, makes sense.
Makes sense. I got it.
You earn reputation points based on a manner in which the relationship is expressed, friendship or rivalry. It should be understood that rivalries are not enemies, they are competitors. If friendship is the joy of sharing with someone, rivalry is the joy of beating someone, but it is still joy. At any rate, these relationships grow in a couple of ways. Once per level, you may allot 1 relationship point to a single character. Permanent changes to charisma alter your relationship. So if you have a bonus in your charisma modifier, that applies to your relationship. So if you have a +2 charisma, you start with a +2 relationship points with these people. If you earn charisma points via items or level up, those also get applied to your relationships. Gifts and insults once per level per character can yield up to +4 relationship points depending on the accuracy. So you give Gar a plate or like a gold plate, he's gonna think cool, +1 relationship point. But you get him a really nice fishing rod, +4 relationship points. So gifts, depending on how much they like it, will change their relationship points as well.
Well, this is Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley, yep.
Yes, I was just thinking that.
Yes, sir. Gar's birthday is March 23rd.
Okay, who
Buy
do I
him
want to
a
marry?
present. Yeah, I think there is a lot that we're doing here that will be reminiscent of a video game. So
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any question? Go for it.
Are you the one that's gonna be keeping track of this?
Oh, absolutely. You know it. I
Okay.
already have a tracking page ready for you guys.
Okay,
Don't
I
worry
was
about
gonna
it.
say I barely even know how to play the game.
I got it. I'll be keeping track of it.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
Cool.
Any other? Oh, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, I don't think it's really even like something you guys have to worry about knowing what that number is, just knowing
Yeah.
that it's a thing.
Yeah, and knowing where, like, what level you are with
Yeah.
somebody,
Yeah.
that's really the extent of it.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry like, do I have a 25 or a 26 with this person? It's just, you can remember that, oh yeah, I brought somebody this thing or I did them this favor or whatever. And
They're my friend now.
there,
And
yeah.
the main goal with relationship points and tracking this is to flesh out your relationships, obviously. So if you are associated with somebody, they're going to treat you differently than if you're actually have a rivalry or a fellowship with somebody. And so that those points really are just going to determine how Ash and I interact with you guys. That's basically it. At association level, when you ask things, maybe we'll be more standoffish. But later on in the campaign, once you have more relationship points with people, we're just going to give you info. Like, we're not going to hesitate. We'll check your relationship level with a person, use that, and just be like, oh yeah, here's what you need to know, or no, that's going to take a diplomacy check. So any questions there?
Nope.
No.
Alrighty.
Oh, wait.
Yep,
I
go ahead.
request that there be a column for Morgan and a column for
Done.
Rarvika.
You got it. Will do. I can
Beautiful.
do that. So I'll ask that question once we get into it. Very good. I can do that. No problem. Last rule I want to cover: reputation and fame. Going just right along with what we've already been talking about. Rep and fame is how we track your global presence. So if relationship points are your interpersonal uh, statistics, with one person, Ian and Gar, Sam and Gar, rep and fame is your representation to everybody. It speaks on your behalf and determines how you can be expected to be treated by those who have heard of you. So at the beginning, people aren't really going to know about you, so they're not going to have much of an opinion about you. But as you start to gain fame, as you start to gain that influence, that sphere of influence that increases with your fame, people will start to hear about you, and depending on your manner and how you acquired this fame, they will interact with you differently. So fame is a point-based system. If you go to reputation and fame, you'll see how that all works. But essentially, fame determines your sphere of influence and gives you certain buffs, certain perks based off of your reputation. You begin with 100 miles. So your sphere of influence is basically Absalom right now, because that's where you guys are. And Absalom, that's not a very big island. So there's a chance that people have heard of you in that sphere. And as it gets bigger, increases by 100 miles per 10 fame acquired. It eventually, the entire inner sea is going to have heard of you because your fame is going to be that high. And so you can expect that people will know about you when you go places. Any questions on fame before I go into another element of it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So fame is the primary reputation factor. However, I am adding another axis to reputation. And I say adding, this is entirely up to you guys. You can tell me don't add it. It's called violence. Violence is a metric of how you acquired your fame, be it peacefully or through violence. It will also be linear in metric, just like fame, from -10 to +10. Positive values represent more violent tendencies and earned by dealing with circumstances that are made public. So if you're violent in public, you'll earn violent fame. This value is added normally to high stakes influence DCs made for the purposes of intrigue. So if you are a violent person who has become notorious for being violent, it will affect your high stakes influence DCs. If you are not a violent person and you earn your fame rather peacefully, it will also influence DCs, but make them easier. People don't like violent people. So the idea here is to add a little extra on the side to help determine, people's attitudes towards you. Now, this is something I added. It is not in the rules whatsoever. So it's something I can just throw away whenever. But it is an idea that I came up with that I thought would help expand how people perceive you. What do you guys think?
I think it's interesting, but my problem with it is like, for example, me and Cade, we are more likely to resolve situations with violence because those are the things that our characters are better at, opposed to probably Joanna and Morgan, who can solve things more charismatically without the need for violence. And if this violence metric um like gets swayed too much in the violent direction, and then we start getting perceived more negatively in new interactions with people due to our fame, it makes it almost better for me and Cade to just not role play unless we really have to. Like, we should always let Joanna and Morgan take point, because our stats in charisma, me and Cade, are so low that we're probably not going to succeed outside of like intimidation and or violence. And all that will end up doing is just kind of negatively affecting future interactions that the party has. And I don't really think that's a good
I
thing.
agree with you. I think Cade's is a little bit higher to where I can probably do it, but like overall, no, you're completely right on
So
that
I have
one.
two things on that. I foresaw that. I expected that concern. When I say it will affect influence DCs, make sure we're understanding that, as we established earlier, influence DCs are only going to be for high stakes social encounters. So it will only affect very specific circumstances. Following that, some people might be more open to violence. Some people might, like I said, broadly, most people don't like violence because that's generally true. But there are some people that just prefer a more violent approach. And so when I say it'll affect it and you being more violent might negatively affect it, that's true with somebody who sees violence as a inappropriate thing, but not true for somebody who doesn't. And so you would actually have a benefit when interacting with those people. You got to understand everybody's different. So with this, with these rules in mind, the idea is to play on your strengths versus what the other, the NPC is, what their character and personality will respond to.
Yeah, I
Um,
think whether we keep it or not, like you will be dealing like you're not just going to interact
yeah,
with nice people. You're going to
yeah,
interact with bad people too.
there will be times where you, MJ, will be better at interacting with somebody, even though like Morgan and Joanna are more diplomatic and, social savvy, just because the other person that you're interacting with responds better to what you're putting out there. And that's going to be the case regardless of whether or not we use this violent metric or not. It's just a way of expanding that a little bit more so that it can help determine how people will interact with you. The way I foresaw it was like if somebody does know that you, Mel, are a more violent person than Joanna, and you start a social encounter with them, maybe you'll notice that they're tending to speak more with Joanna rather than you, cluing you in that they don't like how you're coming off. But then later, you'll find somebody that doesn't really like how Joanna's putting it out there, and they'll be more interested in how you do it. It Having that balance allows you, the party, to cover more bases. So yeah, it's going to be negative for you in certain aspects, but it will be also positive for the group because you can cover a base that they can't.
I think the problem is that in your initial explanation, you made it sound as though having a high violence rating equaled a penalty in these
Yeah,
equations.
I understand that. And that's sort of the yeah, I definitely did not phrase that properly. I was reading it verbatim from how I wrote it, but and we don't have to use it. If you guys don't want to use it, we don't have to use it. But yeah, it's just a mild stat, uh, linear stat that, based off of who you're interacting with, may or may not give you a benefit or a bane.
I mean, at any rate,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like something that the players need to track, and
Right.
it's just another metric
Yeah.
on your part.
Should
Yeah,
always
all it will
just
do
be
is just affect DCs. So like when you're in a social encounter, I'll look at your violence, I'll look at your reputation, and then calculate the DC and tell you what it is. You're
yeah,
not even really going to need to know a whole
yeah.
lot about it.
Perhaps it
I
doesn't
just
even
don't
need to be
want
its own thing, more of an asterisk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want my interaction to like negatively affect like the other players, because
Again,
yes, obviously there's like social consequence. Like if we're trying to talk to a guy and I just like go up and punch him in the face, like obviously that ruins that character's perception of the group as a whole. But if I want to attempt to intimidate someone in one interaction, I don't want the negatives from that interaction. Let's say I do it wrong or I make a bad call and I assume that they're susceptible to intimidation, but actually they're not. And now they fucking hate us. And then I don't want
so
the violence rating to carry over to the next interaction and make that interaction already start off on the bad foot because I made a mistake a session ago.
I think
I
that's
hear you.
just
I
that's
wasn't
just
gonna
more
have.
character growth. It's just
I
something that
wasn't.
could happen.
An actual consequence to that action, though. Like,
Yeah, and I
we're all
also
gonna make a
wasn't
bad
planning
call at some
on.
point throughout the story.
Sorry, I just to add. I agree with Ian and Echo, but also, I wasn't like your group fame won't get affected by individual violence. So Joanna is not going to get perceived based off of your tendencies. Your guys' fame, your reputations, they're separate from one another. Um, so
Oh,
maybe in certain aspects,
okay. Never mind. My
a
problem is solved.
group might like it. The rules are, as they explain it, the rules are about like specific individuals. I have not read anything in the rules that say like there's group fame, obviously, but there's also just individual fame, and I wasn't planning on applying violence to group fame. That's all.
Okay.
Unless people
Okay.
wanted
Makes
me
more
to.
sense. Yeah.
Well, I think the only way violence could go to group is if we all were to pitch
Right.
in some way into that violence.
Right. That's
So
what I was
besides
thinking.
that, yeah. So besides that, I do get everyone's point, but at least from what I'm reading from it, if it's one individual that did that, but the rest of the group didn't, then that would be more of a penalty towards that person.
I wouldn't have means of
So
getting it out there.
it just, I guess, it just depends of like what happens within the story. But
Yeah.
I'm
think, like,
I'm good with whatever.
If you guys walk as a group into an orphanage and decide to slaughter all the children, then
Yeah,
yes, your group
that's
fame will be
everyone.
shitty.
Yeah, that's like everyone. But if it's like Cade went there and he's like, that's too easy, and he put it like a fucking child, yeah, that's on Cade.
Then they're gonna
That's
be
on
like, oh,
Cade.
that guy in particular.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
that big dude over there that says it's too easy, yeah, he kicks children.
Yeah.
Again, the whole idea of fame is that it's supposed to speak on your behalf. So, the idea of like one person in the group being more violent than the other and people knowing about that, that will tell you, the party, more information about the people you're interacting with, because if they know who you are, they know of your group, and they are immediately drawn to a specific person, then that just like that will tell you a lot already. That person prefers how that player character interacts with others. And so that's why fame doesn't really cover like specifics, and that's why I wanted to add violence, because it really is just super broad. It's just like, do they know about you or not? That's it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
all fame is supposed to say. That to me is very simple and rudimentary, and it's good for that. But that's why I wanted to add violence, to give that fame, that speaking on your behalf, more depth, so it can say something more about your interactions with others when you first interact with them. Not just, oh yeah, I've heard of you. It's like, oh, I've heard of you, but I don't necessarily like how you interact with others, so I'm going to talk with this other person instead. Does that make sense? And do people like that?
Yes. Yes.
I like it. Yeah, I like the fame system a lot in general because I think it creates an interesting way of interacting with the world, and it also like it gives a perspective on like on the group's like notoriety when it comes to like their feats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
I think notoriety is the right word because it's like
That might be a
you.
better. I can change. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Ash.
No, I was just gonna say I think that's the right word because I think that makes everyone think of the right thing. It's like you specifically, what are you known for? What is your deal? not just,
Yeah.
oh, I've heard of them. It's, oh, those guys, and that guy in particular, that guy's the brute, that guy's the sweet talker. Like, I know that
Yeah,
about those
Yeah.
exactly.
people.
And I
That's what
also
I'm
don't
trying to
think
go
I
for.
also like I want you to like Froggy to think about like intimidation and like being an intimidating person like doesn't necessarily mean like it is a negative thing. Like oftentimes it is, but it is like your intimidation is your sense of presence. So it's you interacting with the world and them like looking at you with maybe more reverence than they would somebody their own size. So I don't think you should necessarily think or try to play them any differently than you were planning on it. Just because it's just like, yeah, she is a big, tall, like person. She is going to be intimidating wherever she goes. But like sometimes people kind of like that. Sometimes people are kind of into that. Like you're
Yeah.
just like,
Be
oh,
true to
giant
your
woman.
character's
Like,
vision.
like it really is like I don't want you to take
Yeah.
it negatively, and I don't want you to change
No,
how you
no.
want to
I
play
think
your
I have a
character.
better understanding of it now. Like, because I don't know if I just missed it. There's a lot of information coming at me right now. But
Yeah, no worries.
I didn't realize that the violence thing was personal. I didn't realize that. I thought it was like a group wide thing,
Well-
where it was like this group has a tendency for violence. I didn't realize it was
Well,
these
if we all start kicking
individuals.
children, then yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah. But if
yeah.
it's individual, like if it's divided between each player, then I'm okay with that because
Yeah.
I know that if I try to do something and it goes bad, it's not gonna like negatively affect another player who like didn't want me to do that, you know? Like
Well, it's
that was
also kind
my
of good
only
that like
thought.
if your character is kind of more known to be brutish as well, because that means like oh, people are like gonna know not to fuck with us. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
they're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just like these fucking pushovers. So again, like it can be good. Like it really can be. So it could be cool that our
Yeah,
that our
I
group is
think
known to not to be fucked with.
I think I'm good with everything so far.
Yeah.
I think
You guys are like well balanced. You've got two of each, You've
Mhm.
you've got your two people that could be real brawler intimidating, and you've got your two people that could, talk things out more. So I think on the whole, even if you guys were only punching and the other two were only talking, you'd be okay. You'd be fine.
And don't worry, the cat's the meanest one of all.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll put all the violence points on the cat.
Literally evil. Another way of thinking about it, if fame is an x-axis, just a linear x-axis, ranging from 0 to whatever, violence is the y. It's just adding an extra axis up. And so now, rather than you just being on a static x-axis, now you'll be either a little up or a little low. And that will just tell Ash and I a little bit more about how to interact with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think you have to overthink it too much,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
I think it's really just I think you'll
I'll
know
just let you guys
intuitively.
keep track of it.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, all of this will. And if you ever want to know your scores, I'll be keeping track of it, and I can tell you at any time.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it'll be intuitive, if
Yep.
like I said,
I am
you
perfectly
punch a
fine with
toddler,
this.
you got it.
Okay. All right. Any questions or concerns about rep, fame, relationships, intrigue, influence, any of that?
No.
We're all good. All right. So that violence axis was a bit of an introduction into some of the rule changes that we're going to go into. Just going to start with the Y 1.5 gold in level 2, and then move on to the other changes. So you guys pretty easily accepted the starting character states, but I wanted to quickly go into why I decided on what I did. The idea behind giving you more starting wealth in level 2 is to put you all at a slight advantage in the early game. For me personally as a player, I find the early levels to be both the most fun, but also the most tedious and prone to error, and provides a weird balance to the fun. So it is a personal choice to let you start with a little more juice, but it does also serve the story. Since all of you chose level 2, you have experience coming into the story serving for why you were even hired. And it also allows you to be more customizable, like Ian, and multi-classing right from the get-go rather than trying to figure it out as you're leveling. So it to me it allows you guys to have a firmer understanding of your character, before play even starts. Any like concerns about that? Any does anyone feel differently a specific way about why I started the way I did?
Oh no, more gold.
Oh no,
Oh,
take it away
no.
from me.
Get it away from me.
I want to be a baby.
No, I
didn't-
fucking liked it.
Okay, good. That was the point. Was to start off on the right foot.
Yeah,
Cool.
no, level 1 sucks.
Good. Yeah,
level one fucking
exactly.
sucks.
Level 1
Can we just
does
always
suck.
start level 2? Can we just do that as like an
I
entire
think
like,
that's a
server?
That's what
great-
I would do.
Just as a group rule.
Okay, cool. All right, so some rule changes. Start with counterspell. I hate how Pathfinder 1 counterspell works. I would like counterspell. I would like dispel magic to counterspell without a dispel check. A ready dispel magic can be used to counterspell any spell. How do people feel?
Like
That's a very strong
level
level.
1 dispel
It's for
magic,
both people. No, dispel magic is level 3,
and
and
it can dispel like
it
a
applies to
any
you
level
too.
spell?
So NPCs can prep a dispel magic against you, just like you can prep a dispel magic against them.
I don't like that. I vote in favor against.
Okay. Is there an alternative to making counterspell more accessible that you have an idea for? Because I really don't like dispel checks against counterspell, or how counterspell works with the whole idea of like you needing to know the spell to be able to counter it. That is, I fucking hate it.
I disagree with all that.
Okay.
But no.
I honestly agree with Ian, just because it's just like the reason why you're able to counterspell is because you understand what the spell is with that check, if that makes sense. Because it's like when you're, for example, like if you're gonna clean something, like Windex isn't gonna necessarily gonna work on getting out a hard stain from the floor. You need carpet cleaner. So it's like it's knowing what what it is in order to counteract it.
Okay. Well, 2 is all it takes, so no counterspell.
Yeah, I don't even cast spells, so I don't care.
I was like, I'm also the only one
Yeah,
who's gonna
the
be really
two-
good at that.
the
Like,
two
I will feel
casters-
singularly fucked over.
The caster's
Yeah.
I
veto.
do
The
not
two
do any
casters
sort of
veto-
counterspelling, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
we
really
don't
matter
we
to
don't
me.
need to discuss it any further. It's not added. All of these rule changes are entirely up to you guys. If one of you really doesn't like it and cannot be swayed, I'm just removing it. I'm not going to argue that we need to have these systems or these changes. I just wanted to pitch them, and you tell me if you want them in the game or not. All right?
Yeah.
So no
Sound
counterspell.
good.
Downtime additions. Due to the free-form nature of the setting, I wanted to improve downtime and make it more engaging and rewarding. With that in mind, I came up with some natural, intuitive ways to improve character potential, a few opportunities to train your character beyond the standard ways of leveling. There are limits to how often these bonuses can be earned. Furthermore, it will require the necessary tools and materials to train characters. It will also take time and may have certain setbacks. As of course, as I said, these ideas are subject to change. I'm simply pitching the idea and a system of implementation. Ultimately, the inclusion of any of these systems will be up to the party, as will any changes on how they work. The first training is research into knowledge. Players can choose to spend time during downtime researching and studying. Players must first acquire the necessary tools and materials for research and study. Once acquired, a player declares that they are spending time studying and chooses a knowledge skill to study. During activity downtime, the player makes a knowledge check, DC 20 plus 2 points earned acquired this way pertaining to the skill. So if the PC has acquired plus 3 in a knowledge skill via research, the next skill rank will have a DC of 26. If they succeed the check, they are given 1 permanent skill point in that skill. Skill points earned this way are limited to a maximum of 10 across all skills, including non-knowledge skills. If they fail, the player must spend another day studying to perform another check. But every subsequent failed check will result in a temporary +1 to the knowledge skill being studied until the check is passed and a permanent skill point is received. Then, all temporary skill points received from the failed checks are removed. These temporary skill points only apply to the skill is related to and only for training purposes. Temporary bonuses from spells or items cannot be used in the aid of studying. So essentially, it is a way to train your skill outside of leveling. You acquire tools and materials, you spend downtime, you pass a check, and then you gain a +1 permanent bonus to a knowledge skill. Comments, concerns, questions?
I mean, it's an overall buff, but I mean, I'm not opposed to being a little bit stronger.
Yes, it is an overall buff. You are going to exceed your typical character potential in this manner. As I stated, there are limits. You can only receive up to +10 using this method, so you can't earn any more than that. Once you've received +10, you can only trade them out. So if you do a different training, you'll have to trade a point from one and move it to the other. But yeah, that's the max, is 10. I'm not hearing any objections, which is a good thing, at least as far as
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
people not hating it. So that's good. So this will then apply also to other skills, essentially the same way. So you can choose to spend time training other skills as well. You again must acquire the certain necessary equipment and materials for training. What this looks like is, say you want to learn more about nature. You need to find a knowledge nature book. You need to then buy that book, and then you can start studying knowledge nature. You can't just study knowledge nature without the required materials. And the same thing goes for other skills. It's a lot more simple with knowledge because it's usually just going to be a book. But with other skills, say like climbing, uh, maybe you'll need, well, Mephistopheles already comes with some climbing stuff, so you could just use the like the ropes and the, I forget what it's called. It starts with an R or something. The rigging to train your, yeah, to train your climb. But if you're wanting to learn like disable device, maybe you need to get like a set of locks to practice with, something along those lines. So there's, you need
What
to get
about
materials first.
what about like say I naturally have knowledge nature and like not and arcana due to me being an alchemist? What if what if say like, you know, I don't know, like Cade wanted to learn more about plants, like would he be able to come to me and ask
Yeah,
about it?
yeah, I think that's a good idea. We could work with that. Use more or less the same
Are you sure
system,
about that?
but I
Oh, there's
might
no way in hell I'm
need to.
teaching you, but I just wanted to ask the
I'm,
question.
I might need to talk
Huh?
to Ashley about
I didn't order
fleshing it
anything.
out
I'm just
more.
looking.
But I think that that's a good idea.
I mean, in
That
that
boy
case,
kid about to learn how to make a bomb. Don't teach him that.
but it does sound like just having like you can train to be more acrobatics by practicing acrobatic maneuvers. Like
Correct.
it just it makes sense.
Cool. So that's skill training. Now here's the kicker. See if you guys are okay with this one. I want to do the same thing for ability point training. For example, should the players invest in a gym, library, or other various facilities, they will have access to various training requirements or regiments for abilities. AP training requires much more equipment and setup, as well as sufficient space to perform than skill training. So it's not just going to be a book. You're going to need a gym to train strength. You're going to need a like a obstacle course to train dexterity, a suite of poisons and yada yada for constitution, stuff like that. Similarly, an ability is chosen to train and time is done during downtime in the activity phase. However, this time the skill check is a DC 10 plus the PC's ability total. So if your strength is 14, then the DC would be 24. And once again, fails acquire a +1 permanent, +1 temporary bonus to subsequent training until you succeed that. However, the setbacks, you can only earn +5 ability points in this manner, and you cannot earn more than +2 in any one ability. So the idea is you can only earn +2 in strength, and once you've earned that +2, you can't earn any more. You can only earn ability points in other areas.
I don't know if I like this just because like that's kind of weird for like mental stats a little bit. Like
Okay.
like that's saying like you can't learn anymore. You can't put any more in your intelligence. Like no matter how many books you read, you can't learn anymore. Or
Well, it's just through this. It's just through ability point training. You can still allot points every 4th level to whatever you want. It's just through the system that I'm offering here. It's strictly only +2 because I don't. The
okay,
idea
so
I
this
was
isn't
thinking of was
the
like you
levels.
guys will put
No.
+5 in your strength and have like a 30 fucking strength, and I just
Yeah.
want to do
This
it
is
like
this
that.
is just on top.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
legitimately thought this was like for the what is it, every 4 levels or
No,
whatever.
no,
No,
I
this
thought that's
is
what this was for, and I was
extra.
like, bro, that's
No, no, no,
brutal.
no,
Extra. This is
Just
extra
on
ability point
top.
training.
It
Okay.
occurs to me that that it's more or less a substitution for or an expansion on existing means, such as like those tomes that you read them and then you get a skill boost or an ability score boost.
Those
And
exist.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're,
Oh my god,
Oh,
yes.
really?
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
there's like,
We've used
they're
them a
Wow.
called
lot.
like manual of.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a book in one of the other campaigns that like it's a very special magical book that anybody that reads it, they can only get the buff once, but they get like a +1 to their intelligence for the
Yeah, we each spent a week on a boat reading this book and passing it to the next person.
yeah.
Yeah, so my thought is that those what I would say is check those out just in terms
Yeah.
of how
Okay.
Pathfinder balances it, because the way you can do it is you can gain ability score points through those manuals up to a certain amount total. Like you can only get up to a certain amount. It's kind of like what you said with the you max out at 2, but in this case I think they max out at 5.
Gotcha.
But so it occurs to me that this is more like an active substitution for something which is like a gold based item.
If it
Uh,
already exists, I would rather use that. I did not know that that existed.
well, I like what you're talking about as being able to do that in an active downtime capacity, because in that case, what you're doing is your activity is producing like gold value of the item, and if that makes sense, like mechanically speaking.
Yeah,
So I like the idea of being able to do it for our characters
both
being able to do that.
interchangeable.
Yeah. My
Yeah,
my 2
I'm more or less
cents
just saying, go
my
ahead.
2 cents on it for just for the ability ones here. I think since it's a hard ability thing, it's a big stat, it's not a little thing. Like
Mhm.
maybe this would take a long time. Like
So
you
that
could
you
you
have to
could get
have
this, but this will take half the trip or something. Like
like per sort of like when you get the extra ability score at every 4th level. Like
yeah.
if you're low enough level, you can't just rank up to +5 in an
Right.
ability score
I
using.
did, I made a gym and I worked out for 2 days and now I've got a +1 to my strength. Like I think it would make sense if this took a long time to earn it. But that's
So
just me.
and
Uh,
that
yeah.
that's kind of what I'm saying. Like look at these items just for how they scale it, but
Okay.
beyond that, I think the system like as an addition or as a the ability to actively work on that on our own time, I do think I'm okay with that.
All right. Cool. All right. Ash and I will flesh it out more, and Ian, I'll likely talk to you since you're our rules lawyer, and we'll settle on something there, and then I'll push out the finalized ruling on it. But okay, if there's no other questions or concerns on that, that is the end of my changes. As far as there might be others that come along, but those were the big changes that I wanted to add. I am more or less done going over the specifics that I wanted to for this session 0. There is one other thing that I wanted to encourage you guys to do, though. If you go back to Reputation and Fame, and look at the very bottom where you see awards for spending your prestige points, there it's very like limited and rudimentary. I've already asked Ian to think up some additional prestige rewards, but if you guys have any ideas that you would like to maybe toss in as fame additions that you can earn with your prestige points, feel free to let me know. There's, like I said, there's not many listed, so if you have ideas, we can talk about them and add them.
Think of cool shit.
Yeah, think of cool shit to get rewarded for being famous, stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, do a backflip.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick since we're kind of at the end of our
Okay.
rulesy stuff, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. The last thing I guess I wanted to do was find out who among you will be the note taker.
I can be a note taker.
You'll be the note taker?
Well,
Okay.
I'm also recording this, so.
Well, that's true. But I wanted to. So Foundry there's a lot of cool features in Foundry, and the note taker, in particular, can do a lot in Foundry to just while we're playing to keep track of stuff. And so if you want, you and I can spend some time going over like how you can use Foundry to take notes, because the benefit of that is that it's then available for everybody. You don't have to like post it in a Discord or anything and then it's just permanently in Foundry forever. So once you've posted it in Foundry, then it's just there and people can go back and look at it on their own time whenever they want. You don't have to use it, but I was putting it out there.
For sure.
So I guess the rest of the time, we'll just talk about Foundry and get more familiar with it. To start, how do people feel about using a software to orchestrate this? I sort of just jumped the gun and started learning it to see if I can make it work. But I know most of us here play either Theater of the Mind or At a Table. And so I want to get you guys' opinion on using a virtual tabletop.
I like it.
I'm down for it.
You like it?
I
Theater
think
of the
it's.
Mind is hard for me to
I think especially
really get into.
combat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Combat
combat
will
and
make this way easier.
environments. Yeah, having a reference for tactical things, I think has been really beneficial to do online. I also think recently everybody's been using their cameras, and I think that goes a long way towards getting people into character too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. I would much prefer that we use the tabletop and also be on camera. I think that would be basically like perfect.
I can do
Um,
that.
that'd be like the
I'm
most
cool with that.
ideal. Then it feels like we're like really at a table together.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's perfect.
Okay, so Foundry is gonna take some learning. Obviously, we're gonna have to.
I don't think it's that
There's
hard.
gonna be some growing. Yeah, I don't think it's that hard either, but I do foresee some growing pains as far as like moving over to this, and I just wanted to be upfront as far as like how we'll use Foundry. The extent of how we use it to begin with is really just going to be for organization, making maps so you can see where you are, moving around the map. We do not need to use the systems that Foundry has for combat. Uh, However, they do exist. So if for whatever reason later down the line, we are finding we are really enjoying Foundry and the systems and would like to implement more of the game into it, that is a possibility for us. But for right now, I'm mostly just using it as a tabletop, just to display maps and display positions. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think that's probably like the best use for it is to use it strictly for maps and combat positioning.
Okay.
Because at least for now, that's kind of how I thought it was going to be used.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
mean, we
agree,
all kind of
Froggy.
have our own character sheets, and as long as everyone's aware of the rules and we're keeping track of what's going on. Like, I feel like we don't need to use all the complex like scripts and stuff in Foundry.
Okay.
Yeah, ultimately, like everything should be in the service of making it smoother and easier to
Yes.
play.
Yes, that's the goal.
Uh,
Well, in that
Sure.
case, then, as far as how Foundry works, it's, I mean, really quite straightforward. There's no grid right here, so you can't really do a whole lot. But I will. It's not really spoilers, but to get more familiar with how you can, move about the world, I'm gonna launch a different scene. It may take a minute for you guys to load, but it eventually should move you guys over to the scene for the Mephistopheles. And here you'll actually have a map that you can interact with. Start interacting with it. You can, I believe you can only move your characters. It will take a second to load.
I'm in here, but I can't. It says I can't move because the game's paused.
Where
I
at?
moved.
Where'd you put it?
If you go to the top left, should have. Oh wait, you're on your phone, huh?
Yeah.
I don't
Oh
know if he
yeah.
can use it on his phone.
Echo. You'll need to be on a computer for this.
Dang.
When you get home, let's try and connect sometime this week so that I can get you into Foundry and you can start learning it.
We
Because
can
the
do
other
that.
three are already having at it.
I know. I'm cooked, bro. I know. Look,
So
I'm
I
in a
don't.
fucking Humvee, bro. I can
You
only do
made
so
all
much.
this?
I made all this.
That's cool.
Not just me.
Sounds amazing.
Ash helped.
Helped a little.
Is there a map?
You did most of it.
Stream for me, Sam. I want to see what a player is viewing.
I was
Mine,
like,
yeah, mine's totally
I was
Oh,
like,
is that
mine's
Ian?
just gray.
I
Mine?
don't have any.
Mine's different. I have the whole map.
Oh, well, I have connection. I'll
Oh,
try to
what?
get back in.
Why is yours all grayed out?
I don't know.
Maybe it hasn't loaded for us yet.
I'm able to move.
Hold on.
Yeah, I can also move.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're
Oh, it's
still
okay.
looking.
Say it's loading now.
I just did that. I just
Okay.
preloaded it. I'm trying to see if it's. That's really weird. Huh.
Mine looks like this.
Yeah, now I can't connect again.
God. Oh, that's how it's supposed to look on your screen, MJ. Why is it not like that for Sam? Sam, you may need to try switching, like reloading the scene, maybe. You should be able to see the map.
For reloading the scene, is it just I just refresh?
Yeah, just try refreshing.
Okay.
You may have to re-log in.
That's fine.
How do I change my picture?
So right click. So I guess Ash and I will have to do that, but just send us your picture and we'll upload it.
Okay, awesome.
Pop the link in there again,
Yes, ma'am.
because I can't. It's not happy right now.
I'm gonna post it in the Mephistopheles.
Yeah. Okay. Go.
What a babe.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Save
it's still saying I
image.
can't connect.
Keep trying. I think. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because I was in there and it was all gray. I could see people moving, and then it stopped working.
Frustrating.
What browser are you using?
I recommend using Chrome.
There it goes.
Apparently, it
Oh,
works
I
best
hate-
with Chrome.
Fine, I'll use
know.
Chrome.
I know, right?
Ugh,
I use Chrome and it works fine.
I
I
hate
know.
Chrome.
I hate Chrome too.
It's such a
I
fucking resource hog.
I will learn to make it work better with Firefox. Apparently, that's just a thing that happens, though. It
There's
really.
so many programs that prefer Chrome. It's such a pain in the ass.
They're like, please use this browser that is just actually the worst. Thank you, I guess.
Just use all of your RAM.
All of the RAM.
all of the RAM.
It's
Okay.
loading. It's thinking.
Okay. Am I looking at? Yep. Okay. Ian, are you in?
No, I'm having some difficulty rejoining.
Ugh. I may need to restart the server. Yeah, I think
That's
I'm gonna
fine if I'm the only one that's kind of working.
Yeah, I'm gonna reboot it. Log us out. Did it just kick you guys?
It just kind of was stuck.
I'm still in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, that should have kicked you.
Oh, it did.
Yep.
Booted.
Boot it and do it.
And it's relaunched.
Okay. Go.
Which one do you want me to use, Echo? First or second?
Up to you. Up to you. It doesn't matter. Both are good.
Use the second one because it's a little more close.
Let's see. I'm going to just try it in Chrome and see how much it really matters. Well, that's not what I tried to do. I wanted to copy the actual link. Copy. Go.
Do I need to repost it?
Yeah, I think you might have to. Because now when I click the link that you sent me earlier,
Can't be reached.
it says, yeah.
Yeah,
can't be
same.
Which is funny because the text of the
It's
link
the same
is the
link. I
same.
don't understand.
I don't know why the instance matters.
reached. That still doesn't work.
All right, let me check.
Oh wait, I'm doing it in Firefox again. God damn it! Open up Chrome.
No, I'm doing it in
Activity
Chrome. It's still
looks
doing it.
good.
We might eventually have to try that whole cloud server thing instead, if that.
Yeah.
'Cause I think.
I'm just gonna relaunch Foundry. Maybe that'll
Yeah.
fix it.
Because if the cloud thing makes it more stable, that might be worth you not having the headache.
I agree. I agree.
And we can also, like,
Administrator access
let's say
required.
it
What the fuck?
doesn't work. like we can't get it to work for everyone. I think we could have one person just like stream the map
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
make the
we can.
movements for the players.
Yeah.
I'd probably ask Ashley to do that because I can make, assuming she connects,
Right.
probably easiest to set that up.
We'll see. Yeah, if we have to do that, I'll try. When I was streaming my screen for you last night, it was showing me like like I was slow. It gives you that like bandwidth warning. So hopefully I would be able to do that if we needed to. But
Yeah.
my internet is touchy here. The apartment complex I'm in is known for having shitty internet.
It is known.
It is known.
It is known. I did relaunch it. If you
Okay.
guys are still having issues,
I'm gonna try again.
guess I'll start closing some applications.
Trying. Okay, it's trying. All right, it seems like it's going. It did load the page itself faster on Chrome. I hate to report. Failed to fetch. Let's try again. Failed to fetch.
I'm also still refusing to connect. Oh no, wait, it's connecting.
It's so finicky.
Oh, it's connecting. Yay, I'm
Hey,
in.
there we go.
Interesting.
Yeah, now mine's working.
Interesting. Okay.
I
Weird.
think there's lag.
I think that's what
think-
it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think there might
because
be.
when I was updating the characters in there last night and trying to add in their image icons and stuff, it would take me like 3 tries before it took.
Hmm.
So I think the cloud thing might be what we have to do.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know if
All
it's
right.
just the server talking to, everybody else, and it just takes too long for the stuff to go through.
Yeah. I'm not sure either. Is the map loading for you this time, Sam?
I'm at 98%, so.
Yeah, I am same.
Ditto.
Okay.
It's like we can see blackness and 98%.
Yeah, the meth is the biggest scene, so
It-
it's gonna take the longest to load. I don't plan on doing any scenes bigger than this.
No, this is a hefty scene.
I may even cut it down so that it's not as big.
We might need to. It might just be too many individual things for it to load for too much data's happening.
Yeah.
Too much data.
Too much. Once we got it working last night, it seemed fine.
Yeah, it was great.
There
We were
does
both
just
working.
Yeah,
Mm,
it just does seem to be some sort of I don't know, delay in the beginning.
It's still not loaded, huh?
Oh. And I like looking down in the corner for the players, I only see you and I listed.
Oh, I
So
see. I see the others.
So I don't even see that everybody else is even trying to get in.
I see other people.
Do you?
Yeah,
But I
guess
still
it-
haven't. The map hasn't loaded yet for me.
Yeah.
Growing pains.
Maybe I switch. But if you guys are still loading, it's like I don't want to interrupt the load. Maybe you
can see
guys
it
are like
fully,
right
though?
there. I can see it fully, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, well, we could just do the thing, or you stream it.
The issue we have with me doing it is that my visibility looks different. Like you've seen, like we have full visibility
Yeah.
on these maps.
Yeah.
Well, if maybe one of the players can get it up, then that player maybe is the one that's delegated to doing it.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was sort of hoping. Like, even if just Ashley loads in, then I can set her.
Yeah, set me to something lower.
Yeah, make you a player, or you can
I'm
always
in.
log into it. Yeah. All right, so it is working. It's just taking a while.
Oh, as fuck.
You can see
Yeah,
the
it's
map.
probably just because the scene has a lot of assets in it.
Could be that. It could be.
Yeah,
So-
I need to trim the scene.
The way this is set up, your computer is the server? Is that
Yes.
what? Okay.
I was like, how
Yes.
big is the file you're using for the map?
It's really not that big. I got it slimmed down.
Hmm.
Well, but if like every door is interactable, if every like that
Oh.
just might be a lot going on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them are. I'll trim it down. I'll spend today doing it.
Or like cut it up, I guess. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I loaded in.
Yes, and you can see the map?
Yes.
I just loaded in.
Mine just
Yes. Yes.
There we go. Hello. Echo.
Yes.
Fuck you guys out.
Yeah, all right,
So
leaving.
let's see if you guys know which rooms are yours.
Yes. Figure out whose room is whose.
Whose room is whose?
I'm gonna say the one with the fucking pentagram is gonna be Ian's character.
I'll give you a hint. Your rooms are F1, F3, F4, and F5. Take a look at the rooms. You should be
Okay.
able to figure out whose room is whose.
This is my
mean-
room.
Well,
You got it right. That is your room.
You got the big
How'd you
Unfortunately.
know? How'd you? The
Because I have
giant
the
bed.
fucking double-sized bed.
Yep.
Fit my big ass over here.
No, that's not your room, Morgan.
No.
I was gonna say the swirly one is Morgan's, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Morgan's room has a cat
I
bed
thought
in
it was F1.
It is F1. Morgan's room is F1.
Oh, it's that
You have a
one.
little cat bed.
Oh,
Bed.
there
you
is a
zoom
cat
in-
bed.
If you guys zoom in, you'll see that you all also have your character sheets. So like
Oh.
Yeah,
Morgan's
super-
character
super
sheets is
zoom
on the
in.
desk, but Rarvagug's character sheets is under her bed,
His bed.
his bed. Yeah. Each of you guys have your character sheets in your rooms.
Mine's under my carpet.
Yeah, yours is separated actually. One is under the carpet and the other one's
Wait, so
by
I'm
your.
F2?
You're F4.
F4?
F-
You have the alchemy table
okay,
there.
okay. Oh, hell yeah, I love purple, by the way. Purple's my
Pretty
favorite color.
This was a
Oh, yeah, I
vibes-based
can see it.
room decorating.
And then Echo's room is F3.
Shit, I might build it. I might actually buy a full-on, like, alchemy lab to put in here then. And have my portable one for when we go out.
I'm
So-
putting a boxing bag in there, dude.
You actually do have a dummy in your room. I already put one in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's hype. Yo, we're swinging. We're swinging. Who wants to train with me, bro?
So I make these maps. So if you want to make changes to your room, you just let me know.
Going to bed.
And I'm already planning on redoing this map. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut off from A4, the forge, and down. So rather than having the front part of the boat, it's just gonna be like the officer quarters, this first deck. That's my plan to slim it down.
I'm sorry, what is this fucking face over in D1? Jesus Christ.
Oh, don't worry
So
about them.
they're
No,
just
oh my god, they're
they're just
everywhere. Oh, I
icons.
hate that.
No, that's just defaults.
I
Click
know,
on 'em.
but it is horrifying.
double click on them. You should be able to see who they are.
It doesn't do anything when I double
No.
click.
No? All right.
It might just be our level.
Yeah, I'll
They're all
God,
yeah.
red. They have like
That
a
is
red
a
border on them.
haunting face.
So
I don't know why it defaults to the dead face.
It's really creepy.
help me out real quick, Ash. Change configure ownership for all players. Set them to observer. I'll start from the bottom.
Figure.
Yeah, right click on the name in the actor list and then do configure ownership and set all players to observer. And they should be able to start seeing. They'll be able to start clicking on them.
Chip
Start.
Honda.
Yeah, start trying to click on people. You should be
Oh,
able
I
to
found
see them.
someone. I can click on this.
They
Ooh,
are
how do I
already
pronounce his
set
name?
to observer.
Demois?
You motherfucker.
It's because I'm working up. You may have just found a couple that I had already done. I'm on fetch now. I'm working up from the bottom. I almost got him done. No worries.
Okay.
Oh, Monsieur Demois.
Monsieur
Demois.
Demois.
Oh, there you go.
You guys should be able to see
Yeah, okay.
just
Hi.
about everybody now.
Yeah, I can
She's
see
kind of
everyone.
cute. Oh. Damn.
Too
Okay.
cute.
Huh?
Too
Think-
cute.
I think
Demoir?
that's everyone.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
So, who has
Maybe
anyone read
Rocky.
the Mistborn series?
Black Sam.
Mm-mm.
Mistborn?
Hmm.
Is that the horny fairy book?
No.
This is old, much older than that. I haven't
Okay.
read it either, but
Des Moines is slightly reminiscent of a character from the Pathfinder from.
apparently we all skipped that important very popular book series. We all didn't read it somehow.
What?
All right.
I don't even
Morgan.
think I've heard of it.
Oh, it's
Mistborn? Oh, it's really
it's
good. You should
famous,
read
and
it.
I don't know why I haven't read it. I just never got around to
I've literally never heard of it. I feel bad.
Wait.
Mistborn.
it. Is that a
Is my picture supposed to be changed, by the way? Because it looks
Yeah,
default for me.
I don't know why it's
I
not.
really hate
Oh.
this.
I'm working on it. I got
That's
it.
Sam,
okay.
you heard
I
of
didn't know if it was.
It is supposed to be different.
Sam? You
The
heard of
sh-
Brandon Sanderson?
No.
Oh yeah, I love him.
Yeah, the Mistborn is like his most famous series, but I just haven't read any Brandon
I
Sanderson.
Let me
just
look
got
him up.
into reading him. I just read his Steelheart series.
Yeah, you should check out the Mistborn series. Really, really good.
I have a book that I ordered of his that is gonna get here today.
Nice.
Okay, what the hell is going on? For some reason, it is
I've
really
never
not
heard of any of
liking
these.
your image.
Like I said, sometimes it takes like 3 tries before it will upload it and take it. I had to keep doing it.
Yeah, I don't know why it's.
Like I said, I think it's lag. Honestly, I don't have any other.
Okay, I
thought.
finally got it. There we
Yeah.
go.
Did it take you like 3 tries?
Yeah, I had to change the
Uh-oh.
name. What's wrong?
Yeah.
I accidentally stood directly under Gar, and I can't move anymore.
Oh,
I did the same thing. But I was like, what'll happen if I do this? Ah, fuck.
This arrow. You can click. Just try arrow.
It's cool.
Oh, okay. Cool,
Hey,
cool,
that's
cool.
pretty cool. I didn't realize you could do that.
Can't get stuck.
So you guys should be able to see everybody now. Find out who each person is.
Oh, cool. The map moves with you when you do
In
that.
terms
No,
of-
leave me alone. Ah!
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
No, I'm trapped.
So you
Oh, you can
also,
hold
you
it,
guys
too.
should be able to edit your characters too. So like, if you want to start changing character information, you should be able to start like inputting stuff if you want to. Of course, you don't have to, but if you want to. I did already start on a couple of people. Like I think I got Ian's classes in and some of the races. Kalrasha, you're gonna have to make your own race since Goliath isn't an
I already
actual
did.
race. Nice.
But the only thing I didn't do is my inventory. Everything else is done.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here.
I don't
that's
know how
in the-
weapons work.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that's in. There's compendiums in here that you can like drag and drop stuff. And then it goes into items. I don't know how much you guys can see.
Compendium packs, equipment.
If you guys
okay,
click
there's
on
stuff.
items, can you see?
Yeah, I actually found stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so like there's the weapons
Yeah.
folder and it's full of stuff. Okay. Because yeah, there's.
But they're not gonna have my weapon in here.
Oh, what's your weapon?
It's a greatsword, but
That's
it's a
not-
large
It's
greatsword.
it's fully customizable. You
set
can.
the size.
It's
Okay,
RPG
cool.
scribe on crack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there's so much editing and formatting potential in this stuff. Like you can make whatever you want in this. My recommendation would be like in your guys' free time to maybe watch some tutorial videos on it, and I am more than happy to launch Foundry so that you guys can fuck around with your characters and add stuff. Like I need to add Rarvagug, obviously, so toss you in. Rarvagug, I'm putting you in your room.
Hey.
Back to your room.
Make
chat.
sure you have ownership. Yes, you do.
I'm sure great sword's in here somewhere.
I have the greatsword itself, but now I'm trying to figure out how to get the attack for it. So when I go to
So-
combat, it doesn't show up.
Yeah, so it's you have to create the attack. So when you're looking at the item, let me click on you real quick. So in your inventory, you have the greatsword. If you edit the item, there's a little edit item button,
Uh-huh.
and you go to details. There's a create attack button. If you click that, it should. I've had issues
Oh.
with it in the past, but it should calculate. Yeah, there it goes. It just
did.
created.
How do I change it though?
So you go in and edit it, and then
you
you
said
can
this is
change the details.
you said it's large, right?
So
Yeah,
you
so it has
can
to
make
be
it bigger.
3d6.
Okay. So yeah, on the details page, you can update it to large.
Can
Yeah, I just did it. I don't know if you'll see it, but
I don't think that's. Maybe that's just for you two, because
maybe.
I don't have an option to change size.
Let me
Okay.
see. Details.
Details, Marshall two-handed large.
Mine just goes Marshall two-handed, and then how many hands it takes to hold it.
Oh, okay, it skips that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we might have to add their stuff in then.
I also don't see the large.
You don't
Maybe I'm
see
missing.
you don't see okay, so I'm in details and then category type and then size is right underneath type.
Category type.
Category.
Are you looking at the greatsword or are you looking at the attack?
I'm looking at the greatsword itself.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I see that you have it as large as well.
Okay.
What does resizing do? So maybe it needs to get added now. Nope, it's still coming up as a 2d6. Where's the roll formula? We just need to change the roll formula for
I
it.
think that's in the edit action thing up by the attack. Ink. Where was that?
I think you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you go down to the damage and then the roll
Yeah,
formula.
I can't see any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I think you can. You just might not be looking at the right space. So it's
Okay.
3d6, right?
Yeah.
The
Tell me
only
where
thing I
you
want
see
for
it
a weapon is
exactly. Like, how do you get
numbers.
there? Because
So
I'm in
go to the
combat.
item. Go to inventory.
Okay.
Edit your greatsword.
Okay.
Go to details.
Uh-huh.
Where it says attack, edit action.
Okay.
So there's actions and then edit. Go to usage. Or I'm sorry, go to action.
Okay.
So scroll down. We're looking at damage. It says ability
Oh, I
bonus,
see it. I
strength,
see it. I see it.
roll formula. I set it to 3d6.
Okay.
And now, if we go back to your combat, we get rid of that one because it's not a good one anymore. We recreate the attack, and now you have 3d6.
Ooh. Wowee, look at that.
Very customizable. And then if you ever want to roll it, you click that perform attack button. And you can do either a single attack or a full attack, and then it'll roll for you in the chat log. Again, we don't have to use it, but
Yeah.
it can do everything. It
You can
literally
roll your
can
own
do everything.
pokey dice at home if you want to. You don't have to
Yeah.
use this thing.
It even has the potential to integrate your attacks into the game. So if you attack somebody and everything is input properly, it will do the attack. If you succeed, it will then also remove health based off of
Oh,
the
that's
rolls.
cool.
So it's like full on integration.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I think depending on how much connectivity issues we have with this thing,
Yeah.
it might just be pretty map and where we are, or we could actually use the full shebang.
Yeah. Yeah. If we find that cloud services fixes that, then yeah, it's possible that
Yeah.
I like it though. I think it's kind of cool.
Ooh. 4 damage.
Nice, max the die.
Oh.
Now if I just click this, like that.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. So you rolled a 23 and you did 21 damage.
Hell yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot.
3d6
For a
plus
level
6.
2, that's a lot of damage for a level 2.
That's
Big
great.
sword.
We love it.
I ain't even raging.
It's a big fuck ups.
Ain't even raging.
Don't ask me to do any skill checks though. Most of them are negative.
Oh boy. I'm glad you guys like it. I was
Yeah, it's
uncertain.
awesome. Thank you for putting so much effort into it. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
Figure
Again,
you spend a
thank
lot of time on
Ashley.
their ship, you know. Well, you still did the bulk of this, so.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have we wouldn't have had this set up if you weren't helping me.
Yeah, I'll have to finish the hero forges for the other peeps here, so they have faces, not just scary rigor mortis faces.
I might have to do a hero forge for mine too, because my face isn't changing.
What? I did. Oh no,
I can help with
it's
that.
changed.
It's changed?
I could help
Yeah,
with
I
that
got you
since I have
updated.
the
It
premium.
probably just hasn't updated on your end, but
Oh.
your icon's updated.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see it either, but it probably is just lag again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next time we log in, you'll see that you're updated.
Probably, yeah. Ooh.
So are we gonna play today? I mean, it's been 2
I
hours. I don't
It's
know.
up to you guys. Yeah, it's up to you guys if you want to start play or not. I will leave that to the group.
I'm
Well,
okay
we
with
are
that.
ready to play if you guys want to start.
I mean, I can't see anything because I'm at my phone. But hey, I
What-
mean, I'm down to play.
One of
regardless.
us could stream for you.
Yeah, I'll
That's
stream
the
it.
players.
as long as you do that, it's enough. I'm just ready to talk as Cade at this point. I'm ready.
All right, let's take a vote. Who wants to play?
Play.
Yeah, it's playable.
Hey,
Yeah, let's play a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit.
sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty.
You don't even need to do it for long. It's just like just playing it.
I'm kicking you guys off the meth.
Hooray!
Get off the
I
boat.
wasn't in that, so
Get off the boat. We will begin play. Move everybody to your positions.
Before we do play, is it possible in the near future for me to get brass knuckles with Cade?
Of course.
For sure.
I don't
That's
know
all
if
I
you
needed
want
to know.
those.
I would love some brass knuckles.
Well, just as a thing, I don't know if that actually mixes well with your class. Like, you can have them flavor-wise, but, like, as an actual weapon, I think you do more damage without something like that.
I think you do too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
nah. Yeah, no, I know that, but we're gonna flavor it. I just want to hit someone in the head with a.
He just wants it known that they're there.
Okay, for sure.
Exactly.
I was just like, wait, those brass knuckles are gonna
We-
actually hinder you, actual like gameplay-wise.
Yeah, no. We talked about it already. We already
Yeah.
know what I want. Someone's catching these hands. All right, but I'm gonna stop though. You go.
Shit. Catch hands. Catch hands.
I'm left. I'm
Alrighty.
right.
I think everybody is go for play, so we will begin play. Let me just grab some water real quick, and if anyone wants to use the bathroom. How long do we want to play for?
I have 4 hours, maybe a little
Right.
less. So it's
You
kind
got
of
me for a few hours. Just keep in mind that I may have to
Hey,
go at certain
thanks.
times because I am still technically on mission, quote unquote.
I hear you. We can always play it by ear if we want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
Okay.
good to
whatever
me.
works.
Yeah, we'll just see what's up.
All right. Give me a few minutes, and we'll be good to go.
Cool. I'm gonna grab some water then.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back, guys.
Yes, I am back as well.
Oh, okay. Convenient.
Do a head count here in a second.
Ian's definitely still in the bathroom.
Yeah,
Hearing
he's-
everyone's like character, by the way, I can't wait. This shit is gonna be so funny.
Well, you don't have
I'm
to
like-
anymore. We're about to play.
You're about to. It's the fact that there's two characters that are just about hands and being intimidating, and I love that.
That's kind of great.
Oh, hands. What is it about putting on pants that just like makes a day
Are you-
start?
Are you?
Uh,
I was
were
like,
you-
are you saying you were pantsless this entire time?
No,
I
no,
was
no.
like,
I was
what?
wearing. I've been wearing sweats this entire time, and something about the action of putting on like an actual pair of pants instead of like sweatpants or pajamas.
That's true. I'm in
I don't know
lounge
what it
wear
is.
right now. That's why I'm not turning on my
Huh.
camera.
I am fully still in pajamas. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I'm in pajamas.
full,
that's-
full fatigues, bro. Full uniform.
Where is
Hate
my
this.
camera? I guess I
Bro
can...
was up at 5 o'clock.
Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. Ah. No, at least I'm back home tomorrow, folks. So.
hmm
I'll,
So you have to stay there all night, or do they? And they release you in the morning.
I don't know what they're gonna be doing, but I know I'm going tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I go tomorrow. They ain't gonna stop me. I got work.
Oh, back
I
at
got
the
work.
shop.
Yeah, it's sugar. I was
I
gonna
should
take
just come
you
down there
and
sometime and surprise you.
What's up?
I should just come down there sometime and surprise you.
Yeah, probably the best because I wouldn't know. I'd just be like, oh, my homie, oh my god.
I'm gonna come in there and they're like, "You're gonna buy something?" I'm like, "No." Just
I'm
coming
like,
for,
oh.
I came over for Echo.
Absolutely not.
They're gonna be like, who the hell is Echo? Because not everyone at my job doesn't know I have a Discord.
Uh huh.
So they'll be like, who the fuck is Echo?
Right, I come in there. I'm like, "Where's Echo?" And they're like, "Who the fuck? Get out of here, crazy lady!"
The only person that might know what you're talking about is Julia. The only person that's like, oh yeah, he's in the bag, or he's not here.
I would go by my server name, but then people, it's not probably a good idea for people to just call me Insanity in places.
Mm-mm. At least Echo is like, oh, what's his name? Echo Sage. Mm-hmm. Echo Sage.
I'm not turning on my camera.
Mine's all blurry.
Yeah, what's up with your camera, dude?
Camera's covered in scunge.
Yeah, it is. Oh, Brody. the
Yeah, because I've
focus
seen
is
your
all
camera
fucked.
before, and it doesn't look like that.
You got soup
Did your
on.
cat look it?
I have no idea. Whatever. I don't care that much. I'm blurry like a fucking Instagram post.
This thing, it looked like one of those pictures you take when you're like a little kid, because you kept putting your finger on the camera.
Oh, do you have the blur filter on yours? Maybe that's what's going on? And it's like freaking out because it can't recognize you?
There's literally a spot on it though. I think it's just
Yeah,
dirty.
Oh, it's
I
just
think it's
dirty.
just dirty.
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
nasty, dude. Clean your shit.
Damn.
Yeah, it is. It's
She-
just Brody. It's just,
She just said that you dirty, bro. Don't.
Dirty.
I dropped it in soda or some shit.
You dropped it in soda?
I don't know.
How? How
It's
did
a
you do that?
resilient webcam.
That webcam deserves a reward.
How shitty do I look right now on camera? I got eggs again.
Oh,
I'm literally
oh
putting
wow!
on
You
pants
you
so I
you
can
guys
be on
you guys
camera.
all look terrible. I'm in
I
this stupid. I'm in this stupid uniform, bro.
Yeah. I'm not pretty right now. I don't have my makeup on. Go away.
Actually, I'm wearing a Muppet T-shirt and a bathrobe.
I know.
But Ian, you're giving a fucking Big Lebowski vibes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my!
I'm the dude.
He is
There's
the
a
dude.
dude.
The
There's
dude.
a rug somewhere.
Dude abides.
Echo, if you haven't seen that, you need to watch it. It's fucking weird.
I'm already recommended a lot of weird things, so I gotta go down the list.
Well, when you come over and I make you food, we are watching Knights of Badassdom. That's not negotiable.
That's such a good movie.
I mean, I wasn't gonna be like, well, actually, I don't want to watch that. Like, no, I'm not gonna. No, I'm gonna watch it, bro.
You'll
Oh
you'll
my
it.
god. The head. What a gambit.
Hmm?
Sam and Ian introduced me to that one.
Oh. Sunlight.
Let's see how our characters interact with each other.
Kalasha just moved. I believe MJ is back.
Maybe.
You believe incorrectly.
Or no. No.
Unless MJ's muted.
Oh, I need my dice.
Dice would be
I'm
helpful.
prepared.
Are they here or not?
Pooping. They're pooping.
They might be using the restroom in high school.
Melanie.
Oh, I wish I had my Star Trek shirt. God damn it. It's dirty.
Melanie. You guys know who Milana Vaintrub is?
This is the best I got, folks. It's the best I
Maybe.
got.
You got dice though.
Hey, I'm back.
I got
There
back.
she is. All
There
right.
you go.
Are we good to go?
Yo.
I'm not good, but let's go.
I'm not good. Let's go.
I'm neutral.
I'm not good. Let's go. Takes a sip and gets ready.
It's just pure bourbon in his hand.
Cats not bothered.
In a Dr. Pepper can. Drink half. Put in bourbon.
Oh, I need a chaser.
Okay, log her off. Alright, we ready?
Who's Froda? Yo.
Let's go.
I think so, yeah.
Alright.
I think we're good.
Act 0. Lies of the Shadow. The Mephistopheles. It is early afternoon, and you begin play on the docks of Absalom. The Mephistopheles, this is where the letter's set to go. Al Rasha walks up alongside 3 other individuals standing, staring at a massive ship with the name the Mephistopheles in big black curvy italics on the stern. The ship towers above the dock it rests at, the plank ramps and port deck clearly not designed for a vessel of this size. The crew and deckhands are carrying cargo from off the ship or assisting others, all at the direction of a stout, gruff human working alongside them. As you watch the scene before you, you begin to notice the efficiency and dedication exemplified by those aboard the grandiose vessel. Through your perceptions, you gather that the stout human is the manager of the work. We can start the scene. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to load you guys in.
So I think you're on your camera mic because your sound got shitty.
Thank you. I was about to say the same thing. I thought I was tripping.
I was gonna let it ride through. I was like, I hear him.
Don't do that.
I was like, I hear him. I'm not gonna judge your setup. It's
Better?
my first day out here.
I would judge
So
him.
much better.
Yeah, a lot better.
Alrighty. So while it's loading, you guys are standing on the docks watching the crew shuffle about the Mephistopheles, working diligently. What do you do?
They let us on the boat.
Yeah, am I on the boat?
Now
You
you're
are.
on the docks.
I'm on
You're
the
You're
dock.
Go
looking
up to the
up
boat.
at.
You're looking at this big ass boat.
I think Kalrasha is probably staring like a dummy because she's never seen a boat this big. I've seen boats. I've been on a boat, but this is like the biggest boat I've ever seen in my life.
You
And
may not even be sure this is a boat. It's so big.
I would say she's probably scared to actually get on the boat. I'm probably just kind of standing staring, hoping that this isn't where I'm supposed to be.
Hoping you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all here though, right? Like we're all
Yes. Yes.
Like,
The
they just
three of
staring
you
at-
yeah, three of you were standing on the docks as Kalrasha walked up and is standing alongside you.
Morgan,
I think
looking back and forth between
Yeah.
Kalrasha and the giant boat, thinking giant woman, giant boat, giant woman, giant your boat?
No, this is not my boat. This is boat? I did not know this was a boat.
Well, it's the biggest boat I've ever seen. And since you're the biggest person I've ever seen, I just figured it was your boat.
It is not my boat. I am now more scared that you said this is the boat. Do I have to ride this boat?
I think so. I think we're supposed to get on the boat.
Oh,
Good morning! You hear a man shout up above from the boat, the same gruff, burly man who was working alongside the others. You must be the new recruits Demoy hired. Come on now, follow me. The man waves you above and basically ushers you up the ramp to come onto the boat.
you can
Morgan.
go first.
Okay. She scoops up Ravragog and nervously makes her way up the gangplank.
What does Varvagog look like, Ian?
yeah, I was like
Very bushy brown gray cat. But he stares balefully at everybody with orange eyes.
You
I
all
will go last.
All right.
I think Cade is just staring at the boat. Like he's walking on, but he's like, man, this thing big as hell. Oh, man. It's like, he doesn't know, like he's never really seen a boat this big either. So he's just kind of like, I mean, you sure this is the job, Joanne? You sure this is the right place, right?
Yes, it was a part of the Pathfinder Society, of course. Wouldn't you think I would look into it? Well, actually,
I mean,
you don't know that, but I'm responsible.
I guess so. I mean, and he just starts to walk up. He's like, all right.
Gars,
Are you all Pathfinders?
what?
No.
Oh.
No, I have an
Okay.
association with them. They sometimes they talk to me.
How come they talk to you?
She looks a little like anxious at first, and she goes, my family's well known.
Well, why you're fat? You know what? It's not my business. I just need to get on the boat. I'm ready to punch something if I need to.
Just
well, you don't need to punch anything just yet.
Not yet. All right, yeah, son, go to me. That's too easy.
Salazar, you go ahead and manage the rest of this. I'm gonna see to our new recruits. All right, you lot follow me.
Oh, I can't move. Oh, I can't move.
I
Damn
can't move it,
things.
so I'm just theater of the mind.
Scoop you. There you go. You've been scooped.
I've been scooped.
Scooped you.
Who scooped me, bro?
So
Who
you
scooped me?
enter a room. Looks to
How did I
be
get
a
in this
large
room?
community room with a massive table in the center. Gar starts pouring some water for each of you as he introduces himself. I will be your captain, Garth Rist, but you can call me Gar. Now, I'm sorry I have to rush this. We aren't in Absalom much longer, and as you can see, I'm very busy. But I have an important gig for you lot, and I'm hoping you can help me out. Unfortunately, I can't tell you more than this unless you accept the job. We will be moving very precious cargo, and I could use some young go-getters like yourselves. I'll pay you handsomely, not only for your day labor, but a bonus once the job is done. 50,000 gold pieces each. You may also find my crew to be worth your time, and the places we will go as well. But I gotta warn you, we are gonna be away from Absalom for a long time, a year, perhaps more. So if you're interested, you'll need to pack your things, get back here at tonight at 6. I'll be taking you and the rest of the officers out before we set sail. Now, any quick and easy questions?
Yes, I have a
Uh,
question.
oh,
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Is 50,000 gold a lot of money?
Yes.
Gar looks back and forth at the other part. Yes, it is a lot of money.
Joanna
Then
does
I
kind of like
accept.
raise an eyebrow at her.
I would like to do this job for this a lot of money.
Oh, okay, good. And the rest of you?
Oh, I definitely think that I. Wait, Ravi, no! The cat is actively biting some of the papers on the table.
Oh, it's fine. We can mend those later. Don't worry about it.
She scoops him up. I'm sorry. Yes, I would like to. I'm in.
Is your cat coming?
Of course.
All right, that's
Totally.
fine. Just make sure you keep an eye on it. A cat overboard is probably a dead cat. I don't mean any insult to you. It's just the truth. Anyway,
I
if
have
you
to
guys...
ask though. I have to ask one question. Just
Yeah.
because this is Pathfinder sanctioned doesn't mean that it's above board. So I just need to know. There ain't no human cargo or anything like that, correct?
God, no. No, we are not moving humans.
wait, so
I would never
isn't that what we are?
participate.
This boat does not move humans.
Not like
isn't
that. Don't be
isn't that the whole
pedantic.
point of the boat to move people?
No, Cade. I meant slavery.
Oh, that ain't good.
No, we're not a slave boat.
I mean, I would hope so.
I just
I
had
mean,
my
hope not.
reservation seeing how huge this thing was.
It's big for a reason,
Oh,
but it's not for slave
for
trade.
people. Okay.
Now, I hate to press you, but is there any pertinent questions that I can assist with? I must get back to work. We have a lot of cargo to move before we set sail tomorrow.
I mean, not too much. I'm just here to help out.
Okay, well, if you intend to accept the job, please pack your things and return to the boat by 6 p.m. And we will discuss the details of the job at that time.
Kate looks over to Joanne and goes, "So what if I don't have that many stuff? I got like a handful of stuff."
If it's just on
Not
you,
that
then you
stuff
don't
either.
need to worry about it.
I have
Okay,
very little
'cause-
stuff.
Oh, me and you two. I think it's the first time he's like, no, he's like, oh wow, you big.
Yeah, Joanna looks over at oh my god, I just forgot your character's name. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Russia.
Kalrasha. Joanna looks over at Kalrasha and goes, "They give you a large person potion at birth or something?"
Oh no, I was born large.
Wow. Oh,
My
I'm so
mother
proud.
is also larger
that's-
than you. You people are very small.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I ain't that small. I'm kind of big.
He's like 2 feet shorter than you.
There is no man from my home that is shorter than anyone at this table, but me.
You
Where I
are a
come from,
big
they are all
woman.
tall.
Thankfully,
Are
Demoy
they
made
strong?
me aware of your stature. let me take you to your rooms, assuming you lot will be joining us. I'll be showing you where you'll be staying on board. After I show you your rooms, though, as I said, I must get back to work. If you do not have anything you need to bring else, and you have all of your belongings with you, then feel free to lounge in your rooms. But I ask that you stay off the deck for the time being, as my crew finishes their work. So if you would, please follow me. I'll take you to your rooms.
All right, that's too easy. All right, let's go. He just
Al
pulls out like
Rasha,
another
I
tank top.
believe, was the big woman. This is your room.
Oh. Wow, this bed is so large.
The alchemist, which one are you?
That would be me.
And this is your room. And the
Fancy
brawler, this is your room.
Yep, that's me.
Which leaves the little witch, wizard, I don't know what you are.
Oh,
That
is
would
it
be
up?
this. This is your room. I will make sure that there is a cat bed available for you. Pretend there's no bed in there.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, yes. As I said, we will meet at 6. And then Gar goes back to work. So as I said earlier, it is early afternoon, roughly 1, 2 p.m. You have 3 to 4 hours to kill before Gar has instructed you to meet with him.
Joanna probably like seeing how her room is set up. She goes back into town to buy a proper alchemy lab that she will set up in here.
Sounds good. So that's what you're doing. The rest of you? You feel free to lounge in your rooms for the rest of the day, as Gar stated, if you don't have any other business to attend to.
Yeah, Kalarasha just kind of has like a big potato sack full of stuff, and it's kind of all her things, like just kind of cluttered together in the bag. And she doesn't have a weapon on her. She just has this bag full of crap, and she probably just gets in the room and like slaps it on the table, and she's like, "I am ready to leave."
I think a nondescript sailor at some point goes and drops off that cat bed
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir.
and a litter box.
Was it just back then?
It's just a box full of sand.
With some like
I think-
vanilla flavoring, vanilla scented.
Oh no. I
That's
think,
why. That's why they're on the like far away from us, because we don't want to smell the
The
cat.
far end, there's a
Oh.
window.
You know
Right,
what? That makes sense. That makes sense. The only thing Cade is probably doing right now is like he's probably just sitting inside his room. He's probably messing with the little dummy that's inside the room. And then he goes, "Well, there was something I'm supposed to." And then that's when he leaves the room, and he's gonna go to every single room and knock on it just to kind of introduce himself.
Well, as you
I think
start walking around knocking on doors, you're finding that basically all of them are empty. No one is responding. And most of the doors are also locked. There are a couple of empty doors, empty rooms as you're wandering around the officer's deck. And as you open them, they are just empty rooms with a cot inside of them. But the other ones are locked.
Oh, okay. And then I think he realizes that he's kind of like, "Damn, that's rude." And then he starts to head back towards his room.
As you're walking around your room, you notice Rarvagug just sort of sauntering around in your room. He slipped in as you went back into your room and is now sitting on your table.
Who is you?
Kind of sniffs at you.
He kind of like puts his head back, kind of like, I'm like, "Wait, whose cat is this?"
At some point
What
after setting up the lab,
How did you
I
get
probably
in
go
here?
over to Cade and just go like and just see how he's doing.
Well,
Yo,
you're probably still in
is
town.
this
It probably
okay?
took you a little bit
Okay.
Yeah, to get
get your
something.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just thinking like, okay,
I'll
the
say it
little woman.
took
Who's
you about
cat?
45 minutes to an hour,
Ooh.
Joanna, to go get your stuff. While you do that, are you also fetching the rest of your stuff from wherever you were staying in Absalom?
Yeah, honestly, it's probably in the same area because we were staying next to the Pathfinder Lodge. So.
Okay.
And
So
that
after
kind of
about an
area has that
hour,
whole stuff in it. So.
after about an hour, you guys hear Joanna return, moving some of her stuff back aboard. It is now 2:30 p.m. or 3:30 p.m.
So is he still just dealing with the cat? Did the cat ever leave the room?
The cat's on his bed now,
Ravagug
actively.
is now sleeping on your bed.
I
That's
think
right.
he's just at this point, he's like, okay, is it that little woman? Like, he doesn't know which rooms. I think he just knocks on the, like, first story that he
So Echo
can vaguely
starts
think of.
trying to find. He tries Joanna's room first, but doesn't find anyone there. So he goes down to the other end of the hall and sees Morgan sitting at her desk.
Oh, hello.
Hello, hey, is that your cat in my room?
Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, sometimes he slips away.
I mean, it's cool. It's just like, what? I only had the door open for like 5 minutes.
Oh no. Yeah, no, he's Ravi, you're such a bad boy. Come on.
Anybody that has a cat knows.
I mean, I could pick him up. Do he bite?
You can use arrows to move as well, Ian.
Yeah, the dragon is like accidentally pinging everywhere.
Yeah,
You
but
can try.
I can try. That's too easy. And he's gonna go to pick up the cat.
Give me a handle animal check.
I'm like, all right, I think I'm cooked. No, I just roll like a D20, right?
Yeah.
All right, see what I get.
And then-
Oh, hey, touch it. I got an 18. Not bad.
Ravagug like sniffs your hand and then kind of arches up like his shoulders to get a good neck scratch. And then he walks away. Oh, I think he likes
Oh.
you.
I mean, that's a first. Yeah, animals don't normally like me.
Well, he doesn't like everybody.
I mean, what's your name?
Oh, I'm Morgan. Morgan.
I'm Cade. This is
Cade?
Cade Stone. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice
Did
to
you
meet
say
you,
Morgan
Cade.
Freeman?
Where are you from? What?
Did you say Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman. No. Morgan Thane. I don't know a Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, it wasn't
All
born
right.
yet.
Well, nice to meet you. Why are you on this ship?
Oh, I need a job. I recently left school. I'm a student at the Arcanumerium. I study magic.
Magic.
Yeah. Wizardry. Sorcery.
Oh,
black
you
arts.
mean that colorful stuff?
Well, I just magic, I guess. Do
You could tell from the look of his face. He doesn't understand what you mean by this because he hasn't really grown up around magic.
Oh, well, here. She sets Ravagug down in front of her and she goes, Ravagug, go! And as she does, she waves her hands and a little spark of blue energy like leaves her and goes into him. And the cat takes off down the hall like he's got the zoomies, but like sonic speed. He just goes like.
He just
He
stands
turned
there
into
with the most
Sonic.
the most wide eyes, and he goes, "Oh, so that's witchcraft."
Oh, please don't I don't want anyone to know.
Wait, huh?
I mean, it's just magic, okay? Rubber guys, come back. I have a lot of work to do.
Look. I'm not gonna act like I understand what's going on, but yeah,
Hey.
your secret's safe with me. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It
I'm
was
sorry he
nice
was
to
in
meet
your
you. No, you're good. He's a good boy, right? That's a boy.
Yeah, he's a boy.
Okay.
I don't know if he's good. He gets into trouble a lot.
I mean, you seem pretty chill in here. I'm gonna go try to visit some of our other, I guess, the other people that came on with us. Would you like to join me?
Okay.
Yeah, and I think next person he's gonna go try to meet is where's your character's name again? Like I can't pronounce her name right.
Big woman.
You could just say Rasha.
Russia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna go visit Russia.
Okay.
But he like knocks on the door and he's like, "All right."
The door like flies
should be
open.
here.
Like
Oh,
she like throws it open, like slams into the wall.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
Hello.
sorry.
well, all right. Damn. You strong.
Yes, Kalrasha, very strong.
Cal Russia. That's her name.
It is, yes.
I'm Kerry Stone, and he like holds out a hand.
Yes, you have tiny hands.
Uh,
Thank you for
uh,
showing me.
that's no. I'm trying to shake your hand. Like,
Oh, and she like holds out her hand, like limp, so you can grab it and wave it around.
look. All right. He's like, all right, whatever. And he like grabs your hand and he shakes your hand.
Yes, thank you. Is that
You're supposed to shake back.
Oh, shake back. She's like grab your hand and just like start waving it around as hard as she can.
Yeah, I think he's like, hey, hold on. Yo, chill. That's like, he's like,
Did I do good?
I mean, you know what? You did good. It's cool. I just came here to say hello, just because I guess we might be working together.
Oh, yes. Hello. It is nice to meet you. You are very interesting looking.
What that mean?
Well, you are short and you look like you have much pain. Your face has these markings.
That's from a lot of fights.
Oh, you fight? I fight. I fight a lot.
Oh, me too.
I think we will be good friends.
Me too. He's like, oh yeah, you know what? That's cool. Oh, you have scars?
Oh, yes, I do. But
Oh,
you do not see them.
I mean, other than not. He's just like, I'll leave you be. I just wanted to introduce myself. Joanne told me to do this, or people will like me.
I like you. You do not need to worry, small man.
I'm not small.
Yes, you are
I'm not
above.
small. You just big.
Oh. My apologies. I meant no offense.
Flaps.
No. I mean no offense either. I'm just saying you're big.
Yes.
I'm tall. You're just bigger. I think.
Yes,
You know
yes.
what?
You are tall. You are tall.
I think he just nods. He's like, all right. Well, nice to meet you. I'll see you later on the deck, I guess.
Of course, yes. I hope to see you again.
Yeah, and he puts out like his fist, like a fist bump, and he's like, "Wait, you know what this is, right?"
I assume you want me to shake?
No, this is not shake. You ball up your fist and then you hit my knuckle.
Oh, okay. And she balls up her hand into a fist and she like punches your knuckles as hard as she can.
You're gonna have to roll for that, aren't you?
Yeah, I was like, maybe can I only roll something like to maybe like match it or something?
Broken
Like,
knuckles.
Opposed strength checks as you guys.
Okay, yeah, sure. I
could.
can do that.
That's amazing.
I can do that.
Because you probably tense as soon as you like see that like she's going in for it. You're just like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
definitely.
Oh
First
yeah.
roll of the game
yeah.
is did you break each other's
All
knuckles?
right. All right. Let me see. Oh, okay.
I got
So
an
I got-
18.
I got a 15 plus 3.
Oh, so we tied.
You both feel each other gripping each other's hand, and you both increase pressure as you feel the other increasing pressure, and you're both like in a sort of stalemate where you're just gripping each other's hand very hard.
I thought we were doing a fist bump. Why are we holding?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
do a
fist
fist
bump.
bump.
Yeah, sorry.
Fist bump real hard.
Knuckles.
Yeah,
that-
Katie just nods. He's like, "Oh yeah, I like that. It's too easy. I like her.
That was good. Yes, you are strong.
You're very strong."
Oh, thank you. I know.
Oh, you guys are
And
strong.
he kind of goes, "Okay," and like kind of like,
She's
"Yeah, I
gonna
guess I'm strong too."
like grab the top of the door, the doorway, and she's like peeks her head out and looks over at Morgan. Do you
Oh,
come
yeah,
to
it's-
fist bump too?
No, please,
Oh.
no. Oh, my hands and body are so soft.
Oh yes, you do look quite a bit softer than this tall man.
I am small. I know it.
So you come to say hi.
Yes. I just wanted to meet you.
Oh, well, I have been met.
Yes. Well, thanks. I
What
guess.
is your name?
Oh, my name is Morgan. Morgan Thane.
Morgan. That is
Mhm.
a pretty name.
Thank you. You're
You
pretty.
are- Oh, I am?
Mm-hmm.
I am pretty strong, and I am pretty big.
Sometimes those are good. You
Sometimes.
said you said everyone else is big where you come from.
Oh, yes, everyone is big. My father, bigger than me.
Oh,
My
Is he
mother,
strong too?
smaller, though. Oh, yes, my father, very strong. Very, very strong.
I bet.
Twice as
Alright,
strong
who
as
is he?
me.
Wait, huh?
He was great man.
Is he still around?
Oh, no, he is not on this boat.
No, I don't. Wait, so
I'm-
not on the boat. So wait, is he dead?
Oh, yes, my father.
I'm sorry,
is
dude. I didn't
no
mean to
more.
say. I didn't mean to say it like that. I was just asking because I was a little lost.
Oh, it is okay. Yes, he was very strong, but he is no more. That's why I come to boats.
Oh, okay.
I leave home.
I ain't got nobody either. So that's plus I was just around helping people. That's all I was doing.
Oh, you have no one either?
Yeah, a long
Perhaps
time
we
ago.
have each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can see Cade having to process that for him. He's like, yeah, I guess so.
I will fist bump you every night.
All right. I'm cool with that. I don't think he he's trying to process that this is like first time he has to work together with people and that they're somewhat liking him. So he's like, oh yeah, this is interesting, but I'm growing used to it.
Yeah. Harasha is very she's very friendly, but she doesn't understand a lot. So like she doesn't speak common very well. Which is like I hope I'm conveying well. So she kind of sounds like she's trying very hard to like seem likable and like fit in with the conversation, even though she doesn't fully grasp like what some of you guys are saying sometimes.
I think he's kind of like I think he doesn't understand a lot, but he understands that. So he's just like, well, yep, I fist bump you every day.
Oh my God, a ghost.
Like, oh what?
It's terrifying.
Oh,
Oh, there he goes.
Is Joanna back at this point?
Yeah, I thought you were back. He said it's
Okay,
been a couple hours.
yeah.
Michael,
I
you're
think,
muted.
Sorry. God damn
I
it.
think
I was saying, as you guys were chatting, you notice a person in gray clothing just walk past you guys. He doesn't say anything. He just like slips past you as you guys are chatting. Yes, Joanna, you are back in your room setting up your stuff. And as the man leaves through the door, you hear Gar shout immediately, "Fizbane! We are too busy. You go back to your room." And the man just grumbles and he just goes past and goes back the way he came.
That man seems very unhappy.
He does not seem
Uh,
like.
We should fist bump him.
I don't. Nah, he don't look too strong. He might fly.
Oh fuck.
Oh, like Morgan.
Yeah, like Morgan. Like Morgan.
Whose damn cat is in my fucking room?
Okay,
You hear
that's,
from the room across.
Uh-oh.
That is delicate glasswork. What the hell are you doing?
okay. Yeah. That's Joanne. You guys want to go meet her?
Sure, I will go fist bump Joanne.
I don't think you should do that. I do not think you should fist bump Joanne. Just
And
fist
like
bump
when you
me.
walk in, you see Joanne is like red in the face as she's looking at this cat that is like stepping around her like newly set up alchemy table. And she's like, if you blow up, that is not my fault.
Are
Okay,
there
okay.
tunnels that are close to the edge?
Oh no.
Probably. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Oh no!
She like goes to grab the scruff of this cat.
We can't hear you if you're talking. Mike.
God damn it! Give me a sleight of hand check to try and grab the cat.
Sleight of hand to grab the cat. Okay.
Yeah.
The kid just walks in after I'm sure he's with everyone. He's just watching. He's like, so Joe, what you need help or
10.
or
What is Rarvagug CMB or CMD?
What is Ravagug's DMD? It is.
It's probably a lot more than 10.
It is an 8.
Oh.
So yeah, you managed to grab Rarvagug as he pushes the vial off of the table. You are now holding Rarvagug by the scruff.
I don't think you should be holding the cat. Oh,
Oh,
What
I'm
does
helping this cat
Rarvagug do?
I've got acids, I've got mixtures that will explode. This is
You
for
got
our
what?
own good if this cat gets the hell off this table.
What does Rarvagug do being grabbed?
He accepts it only because Morgan is running in and she's like moving to take him.
Like as soon as Morgan has a hold on the cat, Joanna will let go.
Rarvagug is hissing at you as he gets taken away.
Like, you stay out of my room, you fucking furball.
Does that affect? Did that affect Rarvagug's perception of Joanna?
Yes, she lost reputation points.
Alrighty.
Bad kitty. Bad kitty.
Sorry, he's usually not like this.
Like, Joanna kind of like calms down after you got a hold of the cat and with Rarvagug, and she goes, "Sorry, I get a little hot under the collar. Just your cat can literally explode or explode the rest of us if he knocks over the wrong things.
He wouldn't do it on purpose.
I know that it's a cat. I'm just saying, this cat, it doesn't know any better, and I just don't want to be responsible for the injury of another."
well,
Of course.
I don't think you'd be responsible if it hits something. I mean, it blows up. It blows up. I mean, I hope not, but I mean,
Kate,
Wow,
I
that
take
is very
responsibility
dark.
for the things that I have. Like, these are, I take responsibility for everything in here because it is my responsibility. I need to make sure
Oh.
that nobody else gets hurt because of what I do.
You
I mean,
hurt
but like,
people?
oh,
You hurt people?
Try not to.
Sorry, real quick. Can I get people's charismas? Sorry to derail for a
Oh,
second.
just charisma in general.
Yeah, just your charisma modifier.
0.
Modifier?
2.
Yeah, your modifier.
1.
1.
2.
Okay, thank you. 1, 2.
+3 for Morgan, -2 for the kitty.
Straight up
-2
0
for the
for
kitty?
Joanna.
Apparently, he's very unlikable.
Okay.
Who would have guessed? He's made a good impression so far.
You said 2 for Morgan,
3. +3.
3 for Morgan, 2 for Ravakuk. Got it. And sorry, Sam, what was your charisma?
0.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Damn.
All right, sorry,
Yeah, I think-
continue.
Nick Cage is just looking around at that point, though. Like, he's just kind of looking around the room, and he looks back to Karasha, and he looks to Morgan, just to see kind of like what is like their reaction to the room, because Cage just kind of sees like, oh, this is colorful magic stuff, whatever this is.
Wow, you so many files and concoctions. Are you an alchemist?
Yes, I am. I prefer to use my arts for healing, but I make all sorts of things.
Oh,
She healed me once.
Yes. I did clean you up
Yeah.
after that bar fight.
I mean, they had it coming. They shouldn't have been talking to that woman like that.
what woman?
There was a woman being harassed. So I came over and I did what I can do. I told him it was too easy, and then I punched him in the face.
And
You punched him in the face.
Yeah, and then the wizard that he punched in the face proceeded to use burning hands on him.
Oh, you punch a wizard.
The wizard was mean. Call me
I
mean.
know a
name.
wizard. I know one.
You know,
Nice.
wizards aren't nice anyways. Not all of them.
I'm a wizard.
Oh, Morgan, you are a wizard?
Well, I said not all of them. I said, I mean, you're a nice one. I like you.
Is that where your cat come from?
No, he adopted us. I
adopted
come
you?
from a fishing village.
Wait, your cat adopted you?
Yeah, he just showed up one day.
Oh,
Oh,
and he
They
break
do that?
things.
Well,
Well,
sometimes he breaks stuff, I guess.
Well, wizards are known for having animal companions, so that makes sense.
A wizard
you're
I
not
know
from
does
that
not
school,
have
are you?
animal Companion.
Well, he's my friend. He's my cat.
This little one is your friend?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like him?
I love him.
I do not think Joanna like him.
I don't mind the
Well,
cat. I just don't want him on my shit.
There's broken glass on the floor.
Joanna goes to clean it.
I mean, I can clean it. Like I can clean it for you.
No, this is my room. Stop.
I think he's still going. Like I'm gonna grab it. Like let me just grab it. It's not that hard. Let me.
I swear to God, if you grab the vial, I will kick you out, Cade.
All right. my
Another
fault.
fight. Another fight.
It,
Yes.
it would no. I would now.
What?
All
No,
right,
it's not a
Arash, we're
fight.
not
I just.
fighting. We're not fighting. It's. I don't even know what this is.
You two bicker.
You know, yeah, that whatever
like
that was.
like parent.
Like
Oh,
wait,
maybe
what?
they're
Oh,
married.
Oh
No,
God! What?
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
hell no,
I've known
no.
this man for 2 days.
I
Oh.
she throw weird color stuff at people. I don't know what that means.
Oh
I
no!
don't
When
know her.
when I
just-
healed you, it was a spray.
Yeah, I don't think he remembers that. He's like, yeah, whatever that spray stuff was.
It's,
I don't know. I just met her.
So you two do not know each other well.
No.
I
No.
see. I was under the impression you two were married.
Oh, what? No.
Joanna it like is extremely flustered, and is just like, "Why are you in my room? Why is everybody in my room?"
Uh,
I came
yeah.
for the fist bump. to
fist
say
bump.
hello.
I think
Yes.
Kay slowly looks to Joanne and shakes his head like she does it like she fist bumps hard. Like
I
I
just-
wouldn't.
Hey,
How
showed
does
me.
how does a nice pat on the back sound?
You want me to pat you on the back?
Yeah, she goes in. She gives like a very like she only has a strength of 1, but she gives her just like a nice firm like pat on her shoulder, or tries to reach and is too short, and then gets her upper arm.
Tarasha looks over at Cade. Do I do it back now?
Gently,
Gently.
like soft.
Okay.
Yeah, like Joanne is very skinny, like in the sense of just
Tarasha
like
As
puts her
kinda-
hand down
she's
on your
kinda-
back, and she just kind of like very like you probably can't even really feel it. She like touches your clothes, and then she instantly pulls her hand away. Was that good?
You know, I think he's like, oh, hold on. So he like he like reaches up, grabs Karash's hand, and then like pats her back for her like that.
Oh, this is gentle. This is gentle.
Yeah, you didn't really. You kind of just like grazed.
I'm a
her-
doctor, not a
Well, we're about-
practice dummy. What the hell is this?
Well, she don't know how to do it. I'm just being nice enough to show her, Joanne.
Thank you, Cade. And
doesn't know what it-
Tarasha is gonna
doesn't know what a
grab you by the
backpack
shoulder,
is?
and she's gonna go. Are you okay,
We're grab who by the shoulder.
Joanna?
So oh,
Did I
Like
hurt you?
her hand is probably like huge on her shoulder, like, and she's just like, and she's like being stared at by like this person, like, are you okay? And be like, what do you mean, am I okay? Of course I'm fine.
Okay, that is very good. And she gonna let go of you and take a step back.
Joanna's very confused. What's happening?
Can I make a craft alchemy check to see what Joanne's got going on?
Of course.
A little setup.
Mhm.
Yeah, shit. It's a 12.
You
still
probably see
thinking.
some basic stuff.
Hey, you have an idea of what she's doing?
Yeah, like the things that you probably see on there is just like components. They're off to the side. You do see like a candle rod, like that she's setting up as to like on the desk for like you've seen candle rods before. Those are pretty basic. But like there are chemicals that you probably don't understand. But like this looks like a pretty typical alchemist setup.
Okay.
But you wouldn't recognize. You would think it's weird, that it's not just bottles. Like
I'm
you've
back,
seen
by the
like
way.
alchemists that are like have like just like they're corked after something's done. There's probably a couple that have strange attachments to the top that you don't recognize.
What are all these weird floppy bladders?
Floppy bladder. Oh, no, these.
Where's
She
the
picks one up. She's like, "This is how. This is." And she
It's called
goes,
an atomizer.
"Yeah." She's like, "It's an atomizer. It's, I don't throw liquids on people. I spray them."
you Anamawaza.
She like whaps you with the pulpy part of it. It doesn't seem to work.
No, it's not. Are any of you injured?
No.
I mean,
I can make someone injured.
Okay, maybe not
me
that.
too. But we don't do. Can I call you Rasha?
Oh yes, of course.
I don't think we should hurt anyone yet.
I thought she
I
wanted
think-
someone to be hurt.
Oh, okay, no.
No.
Wait, don't punch anybody. Let's not do that. She grabs
Okay,
one of the
can
other
punch
ones
me.
and she looks at you,
Wait, huh?
Morgan, and she goes and she actually sprays it on you, and you now have keen senses basically
Oh.
cast on you.
Her eyes do the cat eye thing.
Yeah, so basically you gain low light vision, you gain the +2 competence bonus on perception checks for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, what was that? And wait,
Hey,
who did you
Morgan,
say
you
can
feel your
punch?
senses like perk up, and noises seem a little bit more clear. Your vision improves. You can see better in the dimly lit room. You also just feel more acutely aware.
I'm looking a lot more closely at all this stuff. Like,
That's interesting. Wait,
I just
I
made
think
it so
he's-
she can see better.
oh,
Temporarily, but yeah.
with the weird magic juice shit.
I hate that you call it that, but this is science with a touch of magic.
Morgan, you
Totally
also
magic.
hear better, and you can hear some of the activity going on out in the decks. You notice it's starting to quiet down. There seems to be less activity out there than there was when you first initially came onto the boat.
oh, I think they're almost finished out there.
Oh, okay. I think, and then he also, before anything, he looks back to Raja. Don't punch it unless people need to be punched. You know, just
Oh
disclaimer.
yes. I do not punch unless
I mean,
enemy.
if you
Or if
need to
he
punch
acts up,
something,
you can
you
give
can.
him a good punch, and she's gesturing towards Cade.
You want me to punch Cade?
I was
Wait, what?
making a jape. But
Oh, a
what?
jape, a jape.
yeah.
Oh, you mean a joke?
Yes.
A jape, a joke.
Joanna is so smart.
2025, you can't call people that anymore.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, Joe. She's pretty. I mean, she's very smart. I'm probably the smartest person I know.
He
Literally.
knows much more than Cal Russia.
I think he looks.
Well,
I think
don't
he
worry
looks
your
at
pretty
it.
little head. If you need help with anything, you just let me know.
Okay. Thank you. My head is pretty, but it is not little.
Right.
It is bigger than all the heads in the room.
That it is. Joanne is like realizing.
Big head, not big brain.
Right.
Yes.
Joanna does try to, like, now that things have calmed down, like, Joanna actually really likes fuzzy creatures. And she does attempt to, like, she goes into her bag, and she gets out, like, she has this little bag of, like, treats that she keeps every time, like, a little animal comes by, and she, like, attempts to give some to Rarvagug.
Does Rarvagug like treats?
He does.
All right, so Joanna, give me a handle animal check and give yourself a +2.
It's a straight +2 then. That charisma. 10.
I'll leave that up to you, Ian. It's pretty like dead in the middle.
He
What does Rarvagug think?
he doesn't take it from your hand. But if you drop it, he'll eat it.
I'll go ahead and drop. Like, yeah, like when you go to Cat and the Cat's like, and you're like, all right. So he puts it down. Or she
But yeah,
puts
as
it
soon
down.
as you drop it, he does.
There you go, you little furball.
Oh, you give cat food.
I got a
It-
soft spot for little creatures.
It wasn't enough to earn back the point, but you
Yeah.
did. You are chipping away.
His resolve is weakened.
Ply the creature with food.
As you guys have been chatting, eventually you hear the door outside in the hall open, and somebody comes walking down the hallway. Kalrasha, you see from just outside the door, Captain Gar is peeking into. He was first peeking into your room. He didn't see anyone, and so he comes down to Joanna's room, and finds you all in her room. Oh, yeah, there you are. We're pretty much done out there. Ready to get you guys signed on. If you guys are he's like looking at the scene before him, sort of confused as to what you guys were doing, and just trails off as he's perceiving there's a lot of bodies in this room.
It's very crowded.
Anyway, if you folks are ready, please follow me. And he steps away from the door to give you guys room and begins walking down the hallway.
Cade steps out of the way and he lets all the women go first.
I actively wait. I tell Kate to leave the room first before I leave, and to pick something up first before I leave. So.
Oh, you need me to? I was
Yes.
just being not all right. I mean, all right,
Yep.
do you? It's your room. I don't, my fault.
Yeah, she picks up her formula book from the desk, and then she leaves the room and locks it.
Can lock it for you.
Yeah.
Yep, I just think after that, I think Kate kind of like, I don't know if we're like walking in a line, but he would probably stay like somewhat in the middle, probably behind like Rasha.
Yeah, so Gar leads you to a large room. You guys can give me perception checks as you enter the room.
All right, stay west. Let's do it.
Oh, yikes.
All right.
10.
Perception. I don't know what I add to perception actually. Hold on.
What's your wisdom modifier?
My wisdom is a 2.
And is it a trained ability, and do you have any ranks in it?
I have 2 and no, I have 1 in perception.
1 perception,
So
and
plus
then
3.
Yeah, so it's a 3.
6.
Okay. And is it a class skill?
Yes, it is.
So it's another plus
Yeah,
3 on top of that.
So how much
So
is
plus
it?
6.
Plus 6? Ooh, okay. Just like automatically, or do I have to roll it?
That's
You still have to
automatically
roll.
before you
Yep.
roll.
Okay, but. Okay, so I got a 12 plus 6.
18. The rest of you guys?
I got a
15,
10.
15 for Morgan and 19 for Ravi.
24 for Joanna.
Damn.
So Joanna
I rolled high.
and Cade, and I'm sorry, what was Morgan's?
Morgan is 15. Rarvig is 19.
So, those of you above 15, you all deduce that this is Gar's bedroom. You also notice the 3 other individuals in the room. A large Naga, not sure if you guys know what a Samsaran is, but a Samsaran, and then a slender half-elf woman. On top of that, Rarvagug, you obviously notice the many places that you can jump on and find yourself drawn to Gar's desk, which has a nice leather top and some papers on it.
Not long it is.
Kalrasha, you are unable to deduce whose room this is, but it is, you recognize that it is a room, but you don't know.
Building.
You don't know that it's Gar's bedroom.
Okay.
Now, the 3 individuals that are before you, one of them is standing, the Naga. The other 2 are seated. And as Gar ushers you into the room, he begins to speak. Now, before we get into pleasantries, we have some business to take care of. Esme here, and he gestures to the Samsaran, is going to make a divine vow with you. It's a promise, a contract to uphold. If you break it, there are serious repercussions. And what you are agreeing to is simple. You will not, under any circumstance, disclose the nature of our voyage to anyone, period. This job requires the utmost secrecy. Most everyone aboard the Mephistopheles will not be aware of what we are transporting, but you will. You and the rest of the officers. I need to be sure that you will not reveal our cargo's contents. However, as part of this vow, I will also make a promise. You will have my loyalty in all of your endeavors. We all make it in this world one way or another. Should you choose to engage in the grayer areas of morality as our voyage persists, I will shelter you from the law. If you are in peril, I will assist you. For as long as you keep faith, this vessel will be your sanctuary. So, do I have your agreement? And he looks at each of you firmly. You don't need a sense motive to tell that Gar is being incredibly serious.
I have a concern.
Go ahead.
Kalrasha, not smart. Bad with secrets. What if accident? Perchance you
Accident.
don't tell me. I will wait outside.
Accidents will not be excused. You simply cannot disclose this information.
Oh, that is quite
I
concerning.
think Cade raises his hand at that moment and goes, I could help out with that, if anything, to make sure she doesn't say anything.
Yes, I would expect you to keep each other accountable. And I should also make you aware every officer aboard the Mephistopheles has taken this vow.
All of them.
All of them, including
Wow.
the three people beside me. He gestures to the Naga and Esme and the slender half-elf. And they all nod.
Will
Joanna
the cats
does
be
like
taking a vow too?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Will the cat be taking the vow?
Is the cat an intelligent animal?
Well, I do not know. Perhaps he is smarter than he look.
No, that is not what I meant. He turns to
Oh.
Morgan. Is the cat an intelligent beast?
I would not use those words.
Then no, he does not need to take the vow.
I see. I will take the vow. For
Just
as
for
long
me-
just a moment.
There are
this ain't no
awakened
contract is in certain ways, right? Again, I don't know you. I don't know your people. I just want to make sure there's no dubiousness when it comes to it.
I cannot read.
I will make sure that it's not an infernal. That's what I need to make sure of.
Okay, thank you, Joanna.
Like
I mean,
saying
I could
her
sorta
saying that
read.
is infernal. She's making sure that this isn't a devil's deal.
Esme, the Samsarin, she stands up and in a deep, solemn voice explains, "No, this is a vow with Pharasma, a promise before the Lady of Graves to keep and uphold."
Oh, Lady of Graves ain't bad, actually. All right.
Lady, who?
Comes a soldier.
Lady of Graves, Pharasma.
You can give me knowledge religion if you have it to recognize Pharasma. Make it pretty easy, DC 5.
I do not
Oh,
have.
sorry.
Yeah, you need to have knowledge religion to be able to use it.
Would you allow Joanna to know of Pharasma since that her profession is doctor, and that runs in that kind of circle a lot, like her having to do with death?
Yeah.
Do I have to roll two? Or
Like,
is
I won't
it-
know anything
it just
intricate
be
about
Joanna?
Pharasma. I would just know of her.
Yeah, in all honesty, I would imagine all of you know of Pharasma. It's just to know like who she is and what she represents. That's what that role is for.
Okay.
But I mean, the deities are well known. You don't need to have knowledge of religion to know that they're deities. You just need to have knowledge of religion to know what those deities represent, what they do, their alignments, that sort of thing.
Yeah, pretty positive that Pharasma is not a devil, but
Do any of you have knowledge of religion?
No.
Ooh, bummer.
wow. I'm gonna
Yeah,
probably
that's-
pick up a
Nah.
book at some point.
Big bummer. But anyway, the four crewmates are still waiting to hear your answers. Gar is looking at you expectantly.
Oh, I will make the vow.
I'll make it.
Ooh. Oh. Joanna, this is a good vow?
I think so. We just have to be careful about any sort of devil's dealings or anything, but Pharasma ain't that type.
Okay. Kalrasha will make the vow.
I mean, yeah, I'll make the vow. I mean,
what company?
it ain't gonna kill me, so it's cool.
Oh, okay.
Esme gestures to Morgan and beckons her over to the chair that Esme was just sitting in and offers the seat to her.
Oh,
Then she rests a hand on your shoulder and says, "Please repeat after me."
after me. After me.
And then she begins to cast the spell as she says the words that you are intended to recite. Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves
Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves
to not disclose the secret voyage of the Mephistopheles.
to not disclose the secret voyage of the Mephistopheles.
And as you conclude the recital, you give me 2 checks, a sense motive, and then you may give me either spellcraft, knowledge arcana, or knowledge religion to identify the spell that Esme just cast.
Wait, who has to make the roll?
This is Morgan.
Morgan.
Okay.
What was the first roll?
It's a sense motive.
I am very naive. That's a 4. She definitely has my best interests at heart.
No, this is different. You get the strange feeling that you suddenly get the strange feeling that you're being watched.
Oh. Well, my knowledge arcana was a 27.
You have it baffles you that you don't recognize this spell. It seems to be a very, very unique and unheard of spell. You have never heard of a spell like this before. It seems like far and away just completely different to the spells you have been learning about. You also do recognize though that is a divine spell. But again, you just have no clue. In fact, you are almost certain that there is no information on this spell whatsoever.
Oh, how novel. Did you make that yourself?
Esme smiles warmly at you and then gestures for you to get up and looks at Joanna.
Joanna walks over and then she's like, she's like, just as long as you ain't teleporting me anywhere. And she sits down.
And Esme does the same thing. She rests her hand on your shoulder and once again asks you to recite after her. Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves.
Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves.
To not disclose the secret voyage of the Mephistopheles.
To not disclose the secret, what was it? Sorry, secret
voyage.
Secret voyage of the Mephistopheles.
And then once again, you may give me a sense motive and a knowledge check or a spellcraft check.
Absolutely. Sense motive is a 15.
You also feel like you're being watched, but you don't sense the same like fear and anxiety that usually comes with when you typically get that sense of like, you know, when you go into a room and you suddenly feel like you're being watched and it sort of spikes your hairs and you feel like cold and stuff. You get that feeling of being watched, but you don't get that same feeling of like anticipation from it.
Okay. And then what was the other one? Spellcraft?
It's your choice, either spellcraft or knowledge arcana or religion.
I'll do Arcana. It's my higher one. 29. You
also just are completely like there's no information on this spell and that you've ever read about. You also recognize that it is a divine spell, and it seems completely foreign to you as well. Seems like a new spell.
When she recognizes that she has a scar on the side of her face, and she does kind of like quirk up a bit in a smile. Like you can tell, like this is the first time you've ever seen like Joanna like smile, and the scar tissue kind of pulls in an awkward way, when she kind of smirks at her and she goes, "I see I'm the only one that doesn't like to experiment, huh?"
Esme is still smiling and gestures for you to get up and
Get the
looks
fuck
to
out of the chair.
looks to Kalrasha.
Oh, it is my turn. He goes
Once
and she
again,
squeezes into the tiny seat.
you barely fit on it. Esme, like, she can't reach your shoulder, obviously, so she just rests her small hand on your forearm, and once again asks you to recite, "Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves,
Willingly, I vow to the Lady of Graves
to not disclose the secret voyage of the Mephistopheles."
do not disclose the voyage of the Mephistopheles.
And you once again may give me sense motive and a spellcraft or knowledge check of your choice.
Sense motive 5.
You get the feeling that you're being watched, and you feel an anticipation and nervousness from it.
Spellcraft -1.
You have no freaking clue what that was. It's magic.
Magic.
Oh,
magic.
you cast a spell on me.
Yeah. You don't know its foreignness. You don't know that it's not an uncommon spell or a rare spell. You just, know that it is magic. Esme gestures for you to stand up or whatever that you're doing. Stop crouching.
Yeah. Yeah. I stand up and I go march and stand over by Morgan.
And then looks to Cade.
All right.
I assume you go take the seat.
Yep, he sits down. He's like, all right, let's do it.
And once again, Esme rests her hand on your shoulder, asks you to recite, "Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves,
Willingly I vow to the Lady of Graves
do not disclose the secret voyage of the Mephistopheles."
to not disclose secrets of the Mephistopheles.
She casts the spell, and as before, sense motive and a check of your choice.
All right, let's go. Peace. Okay, that's a 10 plus 6, so 16.
You get the feeling that you're being watched, but like Joanna, you do not feel that same anticipation that Morgan and Kalrasha felt.
Okay. And what was the other options? It was
It
like
is-
craft or what?
You can choose spellcraft, knowledge arcana, or knowledge religion if you have any of them.
Okay. I don't see them, so I'm gonna do craft. See how that goes.
Spellcraft, you may not actually have any of those. I'm pretty sure those are
don't
all
thi-
trained, so you might not be able to do it at all.
I don't think I can. I don't think I
Yeah.
don't have them.
I mean, you
got
are a
craft.
brawler, so that makes sense. So yeah,
Yeah.
like Kalrasha, you just recognize that it's magic.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, whatever.
All right, so Esme gestures for you to stand up and looks to Gar, who is smiling. He's quite pleased, and he officially welcomes you as part of the crew. "Welcome aboard. Well, now that that's out of the way, let me introduce you to some of the people you'll be staying with." And he gestures to the slender woman who's been seated at the table this entire time watching. This is Demoy, you corresponded with. She's our quartermaster. She pays you, so treat her with respect. Demoy each gives you a slight nod, but she has a stern face and doesn't necessarily look bored, but she sort of has that like tapping foot. She's ready to go.
Morgan flushes pink as she realized that she addressed her letter to a man.
Yeah, I love that. Gar then turns and gestures to the man standing on his right. Not really a man, he's a Naga. "This is Salazar, my first mate. He manages old Meph when I'm ashore, and is my second in command. Always listen to him."
Does he have
And
like
then-
a snake tail?
Yeah. He's got a serpentine tail, but like a human torso.
Yeah,
and a
Rosh is
human
just
head.
staring at this guy so hard.
You might also be like taken aback by Esme because as a Samsaran, they're I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they look like ghosts almost. Their skin is like a pale blue, their eyes are almost colorless, and their hair is like just like white.
Wow, yeah, Kalrosh is amazed. She's never seen people like this before. She didn't even know they
Yeah,
existed.
same here with Cade. But I think Cade is also like.
Automatically, dude.
I don't think you should stare at that thing.
That thing.
Well,
I
not
thought
thing.
this was man.
I mean person. I'm
Joanna
confused
comes
too.
over
I
and
don't
like
know.
Mike.
tries to put her hands on both their mouths. Shut up.
I don't have one for Esme yet, but Salazar and Demoy, you can see their pictures in the.
I can't see one for Salazar. He still looks like a
Well,
ghost.
I mean, look back in the Discord. I dropped their pictures in there for you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
And
Weren't you all have a child
lastly,
manners?
lastly, Gar turns to Esme, the woman who's been casting on you. This is Esme. She's our healer. She's an oracle of Pharasma. And Esme smiles him. She has a pretty wrinkly face. Joanna, are you familiar with Samsarans?
She's pretty familiar with a lot of different races. She's probably heard of Samsarans. This might be one of the first ones she's met, though.
Okay, all right. Then I won't tell you what life she is on, but she does look quite old. Gar then states, Gar then begins to look around and gestures to the door. It says, I think that's everything. Let's head to the deck and meet up with the rest of the officers." He begins to escort you guys to the deck.
Joanna like shakes her head, and she does look back at the other people in the room before she leaves, and she's like, "I guess you'll have to forgive my new companions." And she gives a nod, and she leaves after that.
They
they go with?
follow you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
they all
realize.
follow you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kate whispers over to Joanne. I mean, I didn't mean it in a rude way. I was just saying, like, I never seen that before.
Ash, will you help me move them all out?
I'm up.
Thank you. So as you guys step onto the deck, you find there's a lot of other people now around. They're all standing, chatting idly, waiting. It seems to be like they're waiting for Gar. Where is Gar? There he is. So Gar, he stands up on this the wagon here to address everyone, and as he sees everyone sort of crowding together and paying attention, he addresses the officers in attendance. "My friends, thank you for coming. I hope you all enjoyed your brief vacation." The officers around, they all talk idly and exchange glances with each other. But Gar continues. "I want to welcome our newest officers to the Mephistopheles," and he gestures to the party members. "Please find time to introduce yourselves to them when you can. They'll be replacing Langdon and his party as our security and envoys around here, so be courteous to our new hustle. Now, as for the new job, I promised you all that we had something big in the works. It's time to come clean. Remember, you all accepted a contract for this job. I expect you to uphold
We're doing
it."
this on the deck, by the way?
Yeah, it's now night, and you gotta remember the Mephistopheles is huge. It is
Yeah, but it's
towering
okay.
above the docks.
Okay.
There's
okay,
no
just-
one else. It's it's starting to
Yeah.
get late.
You're on the deck of a huge cruise ship.
Okay.
Yeah. And the only people in attendance are the people on the deck with you.
Okay.
But he pauses to make sure everyone knows he is serious. He has that same look he had earlier. And then explains. "I put in a bid to provide transport for this year's Sun Orchid elixirs, and we won the bid. Players can roll knowledge history or craft alchemy."
Yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely do craft alchemy for this. I'm pretty sure Joanna has heard of this before. 21.
Yes, you definitely know that the Sun Orchid Elixir is called the Fountain of Youth, and that it is the most prized alchemical concoction known to material life, and that it can.
Yeah, Joanna's eyes widen, and her jaw kind of drops a little bit.
Do any of you others want to alchemy, craft alchemy, or knowledge history? I don't think you have knowledge history.
Nah, I think he's just sitting there with a blank expression, and the guy looks at Joanne like, so like, is that supposed to be important or?
It's one of the most important alchemic like creations known to Galarion.
Oh,
Go ahead,
so
Morgan.
more magic stuff. Okay.
I only rolled an 11.
You know what it is. You know
Magic
that
stuff,
the
he
Sun Orchid
says.
Elixir is one of the most, if not the most valuable elixir. You know what it does. That it cures all diseases and gives the imbiber the age of their choosing.
Oh, wow.
Kawarasha?
I'm sending you something right now.
You probably would not know what it is, I assume.
So Kate and Kawa should just kind of look at each other like, huh? What's going on, huh?
And everyone else is like, oh!
Oh my gosh! And then Kate's like, bro, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
Yes, you do draw the connection back to the earlier conversation, but you don't know what it is, what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
no, she doesn't know what it is. She knows the name though.
Yeah. Gar continues. As most of you may know, the Sun Orchid Elixir is the most expensive and precious alchemical elixir on the planet. It is the core of Thuvia's economy, and its distribution is rigorously controlled. In the past, they were teleported to the annual bazaar, but recently that hasn't been going over too well, and the country is losing millions of gold, so Thuvia has decided to smuggle them instead, and push the job through the Pathfinder Society to find a crew and ship. Now, the winner was not publicly announced, and every bidder has routes to Thuvia this year. But still, expect hostility while on the sea. We will almost certainly be attacked by pirates searching for the elixirs, among other violent adversaries. When the time comes on our voyage, we will be moving 6 of these elixirs from the Citadel of the Alchemist to Marab. But we won't be going straight to Thuvia. That will be the final part of our voyage. First, we have white and orange deliveries to Almas and West Crown. As usual, your involvement in any orange deliveries are at your personal discretion. Let Black Sam know if you're interested in the Almas or West Crown jobs. Once we are finished in West Crown, we will make for port at La Masara in Thuvia, where we will then traverse the desert to the Citadel of the Alchemist, retrieve the elixirs, then take them back across the desert to the Mephistopheles and sail to Marab, where they'll be sold at auction and we will be paid. The whole voyage will take close to a year, so use tomorrow morning to get anything else you need. We set sail at noon. Now that's it for work talk. We can discuss concerns later tonight. Let's get to dinner. And Gar begins walking to the port to exit the ship, and the rest of the crew is following him. You guys don't need to move your characters because this is actually the end of the scene. I need to use a restroom real quick and get Callista to stop harassing me, so I'll be right back. In the meantime, let me preload something. All right, I'll be right back.
Fucking Sun Elixir, man. Joanna is just
What?
Joanna is salivating.
Actually, before I leave, you guys are Gar is walking. He's led you off of the deck of the ship, and the rest of the crew is also following alongside. They are walking to. He's leading you guys, and so now, you 4, including Rarvagug, are amongst the officers, all following Gar, feel free to talk amongst yourselves and even introduce yourselves to some of the people that you may have met. If Ash can maybe roleplay as one of them, if you want to.
I think she stepped
Otherwise,
away.
I'll be back in a minute. Okay. But you guys are currently walking to a tavern and walking alongside the other crew.
Okay. I know for a fact Cade is still very lost on what is going on. So he's just kind of like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what, shiny vase or something? I don't know.
Shiny face. Are you shitting me?
I'm not shitting you because I'm not shitting. So I don't know what you mean.
She's just like
That's an amazing potion.
it's one of the most impressive alchemic discoveries of our lifetime.
I mean, that's great. I guess.
It keeps you young forever.
It keeps you young
Oh.
forever, can heal any disease. Do you know what
Well,
that can do for a population?
um, keep a whole bunch of people, I guess, alive.
Yes, it
Or
would save
one
many
person.
people from death.
I mean, I see no reason. I mean, I'm okay with aging.
Well, alchemists have been able to some of them have been able to figure out how to keep people alive for as long as they want. But the Sunfire Elixir is just so much more than that.
Huh. Okay. Maybe you can talk to me a little bit more about it. I don't know. I'm just a little. I don't see the gravity of it.
Wait.
Okay, I'm back. You guys can keep continuing to talk. However, if you do want to interact with any of the other crew members, you just let me know and we can.
Who's nearby?
So you see as you're walking alongside the rest of the crew. Obviously, there's Gar up ahead. Next to Gar is Salazar, and alongside Gar on his other side is a burly-looking human. The three of them are conversing with each other. Trailing behind them by himself is he looks like a cook. He's got an apron on, and he's just by himself walking. And then behind him is Esme. She is walking alongside another woman. They're talking. The other woman she's wearing like really like raggedy clothes. Not raggedy in the like they look like poor man's clothes, but like they're really dirty. And she looks like she's been like hustling all day. Um, Behind them is another woman. She's just trailing by herself, also just sort of looking around. And then there's you guys, and then behind you is that elderly man that you had seen before, who Gar had called Fizbane. You see another human. He's wearing a big black burly coat, and then next to him you see a man who has a mask, like just on the top of his head. And the two men are talking, but the older gentleman, he's just sort of trailing along, eavesdropping. Oh, and then you also see a dwarf and an elf chatting as they're walking alongside as well.
Okay. I think Cade can like he looks behind him and like he's not sure if he should approach because they all kind of like they're in like deep conversation. So he kind of just like tries to make his way off to the cook because since he's like by himself, so he's like, oh, I'll try to talk to him. So if he happens to like pass by Esme and stuff, like he'll speak to them if they say anything, but he's mainly going to the cook.
Okay. So as you approach him, the man looks at you and, "Can I help you?"
Sorry. I just want to come up and just introduce myself. I'm Cade Stone. I'm with that group back there, and that big lady back there, Rasha. I'm just coming up to introduce myself. I saw that you were by yourself, so I just wanted to say hello.
A new hustle, huh? Well, I'm her cook. You can call me Cookie, but my name's Jim or Jimmy.
I call you Jim.
Very good. So how long you been in the mercenary business?
The muscle. What? Oh, I mean, this is my first day.
Your first day? Gar hired on some greens? What the?
I've been
Jimmy looks
fighting for a
around.
long time. I mean, I'm not a mercenary, but like I mean, I fight. I used to kind of be in the army and stuff.
Well, at least there's that. You know, there's gonna be a lot of fighting up ahead. So
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's too easy. I could do it.
he sizes you up. He nods as he looks at you. Yeah, you look all right. Got some muscle on you. What about the rest of your group? He looks back to try and get a glance at the other party members.
Well, the very tall one, that good, very. He thinks about what to say, and he's like, Rasha, she's very strong. Very strong.
Yeah, I've never seen a woman like that. What the? He's
I've
like
never seen
looking
one
at
like
her,
that.
sort of confused. That is a big woman.
I think he kind of looks at. Oh, okay. I mean, her name's Rasha, just so you know that.
Yeah, Rasha, babe, whatever. He's like
Oh,
staring at her.
Excellent.
Like a big woman.
I think. Oh, Kay kind of raises an eyebrow at that, and he's like, "We're gonna keep going." The smaller one, that's Morgan, and then the one with like the scar on the face, kind of looks a little angry. That's Joanne.
She just kind of has this grumpy look on her face. She's like,
Early.
she's a little surly.
Three? I mean, not trying to be biased, but God really hired 3 women?
Oh, Morgan definitely looks like 95 pounds.
I'm
soft.
huge.
That's true. He's yeah.
I'm 2 women put
he's-
together.
He's mostly looking at Morgan, kind of like skeptical.
Look,
She's part of the group.
I may not know them long, but if they're able to get here, I think they're pretty capable.
You mean walk? You see, Jimmy looks a little confused.
No, that's not. Never mind. Never mind. I meant like get on the crew.
Yeah, I guess. What are the rest of you guys doing? Are you eavesdropping, or are you trying to talk with some of the other crewmates yourselves?
Oh, Rasha, ever since she got like debriefed on what the mission is for the boat, she's gotten very quiet, and she looks very. She's deep in thought about something, so she's not really looking to talk to anyone right now.
Morgan kind of drops back and says to the guy with the mask, "I like your mask."
The man who is in the middle of a sentence pauses and, are you talking to me?
Maybe not. I'm sorry.
he like looks a little confused and just shrugs and continues talking to the man in the big black coat.
I guess I'm gonna awkwardly eavesdrop then.
Yeah, give me no, I mean, you're close enough and they're not exactly hiding it. The man continues what he was saying. As I was saying, the deliveries in Almas, we have quite a few. I don't know if we have enough people to get it out there. And the other man responds, he's like, I got some men. I could probably call them up and get him to help out. And the other man nods and then asks, so what's going on with the rest of, your men out there? Any updates? And the man just shakes his head. No, it's same old. Uh, well, another one dead. Same instance. Just found him in the safe house. His throat cut open. All the merchandise was gone. Still have no idea who's doing it. How the other man, the man in the masks, asks again, "How many is that this month?" And the black coated man responds, "At least a dozen."
Can I make an intelligence check to connect that to Zekar was talking about, the white goods and the orange goods?
Yeah, sure.
That's a 13.
Uh, you're starting to get an idea of what they're talking about with the deliveries now that you've heard it a couple of times, but you're still not totally sure. It seems like talking about um, they're talking about a job, and they're uncertain if they have the labor to deal with the work ahead of them. But the specifics of what that job might be and its legality or whatnot, you're not quite sure.
Yeah, mostly I'm just looking to make the connection, like, oh, one of these people must be who Gar said to talk to about doing some additional work in Almas and Westcroft.
Yeah, yeah. You think it's one of them, but you're not sure which. But they just keep talking about their predicament. The masked man explains how the deliveries are pretty much good to go, and they just need transport. Make sure that it gets there safely. And the other man is thinking. He pulls out a notebook and starts sifting through it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I make a note. I'll probably tell Kalrasha about that when she seems like she's more approachable, since it sounds like they need the help of a strong woman.
And what is Kalrasha? Oh, Kalrasha's been in her mind. What about you, Joanna?
She just looks upset right now. She looks like she's like her mood's been soured by the information that Gar gave.
Regarding
The elixir and everything, all the job and all that stuff. Ever since that conversation, she's just been very quiet.
So Echo's not there, but Joanna and Morgan, you guys can give me sense motives.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Well, you were
Six.
talking. Yeah, you don't pick up on it.
5.
You also don't pick up on it. You
Holy
both
damn,
are much
Wait,
more
do I roll or
interested in
not roll?
the
No,
other
you
crew members.
don't worry, Echo. You're good.
Don't worry, Echo.
Oh,
Joanna,
I
are
was
you
down to roll. Damn.
are you doing anything?
Joanna actually goes over to Esme. She goes over to Esme and she goes, Esme, I just wanted to let you know that I am quite an accomplished doctor myself. If you need any assistance, you just let me know.
She smiles at you. Oh, thank you, dear. I do appreciate it. How are you liking the Mephistopheles? Oh, sorry. Ash,
What do you do? Okay.
you want to do Esme?
Sure. Yeah. How are you settling in, my dear?
Accommodations are quite nice, better than I have seen in a couple of weeks of my travel. And honestly, I had some reservations about seeing how big this damn thing is. It doesn't even look like it can float.
She chuckles deeply and nods knowingly and she says, "Yes, it is quite the impressive vessel, but it's sturdy and it keeps everyone here quite safe."
Well, I appreciate that, and if it does appear to be clean as well, and I know that that boats can be death traps when it comes to mice and vermin and stuff, but I haven't seen a look of it, so it's already looking better.
No, she nods sort of off in the distance at the grumpy, sort of scruffy looking woman across the way, and she says, "No, no, Wanda keeps the ship in tip-top shape."
And
Look over
Esme
the woman.
actually gestures, looks at the woman she's been walking alongside. You can infer that the woman that she just spoke of is Wanda, and the woman next to her is Wanda.
They probably both look at each other like grumpily and like give each other acknowledging nods, like.
Wanda
Yeah.
looks beat tired. She looks like she's been working all day.
I don't think I have anything that would give her a pick me up. I almost want to try, like.
Wanda also looks distracted, like she's still sort of looking around the ship and like making mental notes and like.
Well, you guys are.
mumbling.
We're walking to the Wounded Wisp right now.
Okay. So then she's thinking to herself about running through lists in her head.
Well, I did want to ask you one thing. Is the relationship between that one fella in that gray coat, Fizbit, the captain seemed quite cross with him earlier.
Oh, Fizbane?
Yeah, that's the name.
Oh. No, he's not cross with him. He gets a little lost sometimes.
Wanda chimes in. He has a habit of getting in the wrong place.
Doesn't seem like somebody you want as an officer.
He's not really an officer per se. He's just can't really get rid of him.
What does that mean?
Wanda sort of chuckles to herself. Oh, it's nothing bad. He's a good guy. He means well. He's just senile, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha. It goes from like being suspicious to going, all right.
He is a very interesting man. I recommend you speak with him at some point, just to understand him better. You'll see what we mean.
Wanda chuckles.
I'll take your word for it. And I apologize if this is a rude question, Esme, but I've heard that Samsarans live many lifetimes. Is that correct?
Oh yes, many lifetimes.
She just kind of gets like a spacey look at her face or something. Like, remembering.
Yeah, she thinks off into the distance for a moment, and then she goes, I myself, I am on my 11th life.
I don't know if that's impressive or not, but it sounds impressive to me.
Well, I feel like I have lived an impressive life. So yes.
And humble to boot, I like it.
She has been around for a while.
Yeah. Sorry, she's giving Trill and it's funny.
But you guys are finally on approach to the Wounded Wisp. You see the tavern ahead of you with the sign hanging below. Give me knowledge locals if you have it.
Yes, sir. Fine. I have something. Well, I mean, I don't got no plus in it though. Ew. Alright.
I don't think you. Does Brawl have knowledge local? Knowledge engineering. Oh, you do. Yeah, you have knowledge local.
That's local.
Mhm.
Oh, I got a 13.
Yeah, you as you see the sign, you immediately recognize it. The Wounded Wisp. It is a famous tavern in Absalom. It's
That's where you got into
famous.
your fight, by the way, Cade.
Yeah,
What?
it's
Say again?
it's
That's where you got into your fight.
Oh no.
it is famous for being affiliated with the unofficially affiliated with the Pathfinder Society. And you would know that the Pathfinder Society was originally, the idea of it was conceived of at the Wounded Wisp. So it has
Oh.
historical importance to the Pathfinder Society.
Okay. I think once Kate realizes that and also goes, "Oh, it's this one. Okay, let me go back to my group." Oh, so he like pats the chef guy on the shoulder, goes, "Good meeting you, weird man." And then he goes back to like Power Rush and like the others, and he immediately like who's ever by, he kind of just goes, "So this is the bar that I got into a fight at." And he like explains everything else, but he mainly says like, yeah, this is the bar I had a fight in. So hope if I get weird looks, you know why.
Uh-oh.
But you guys watch as the crew all enters. They shuffle into the Wounded Wisp. I assume you guys enter as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joanna comfortably goes in. She's like, yeah, whatever.
As you enter, give me perception checks.
Okay. Perception is pretty good though. I'm not gonna hold you.
Ooh, 20.
Okay.
24.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Good.
Okay, so I should have maybe not talked. So I got a 3 plus 6.
9. Okay.
21 and 13.
Alrighty. So everyone except Cade.
Oh
You get a
god.
good look at the room before the staff starts doing their business. As you walk in, you recognize that the Wounded Wisp, there's no one in there except for the staff, and you could deduce that it's been rented out for the explicit purposes of serving the officer crew. The entire wait staff, before they begin to move, is patiently idle as the officers all shuffle in. But you notice a couple of them seem to be extra nervous. Catches your eye. Just two seem to be fidgety and anxious as they enter. But before you can even really take notice of like why that might be, the wait staff begins to cater to the officers, and Gar standing next to you, a woman paces up to her, paces up to Gar, and Gar recognizes her and immediately begins to introduce her to you guys. Says, "Folks, this is Venture Captain Mona of the Absalom branch. She and I have been working together for a long time." Mona gives you all a deep bow and looks at Cade. "I suspect we won't have any issues again, Master Cade."
I mean, nah. I mean, I'm not gonna. The wizard started first.
Yes, yes.
You'll know I'll
Just
keep him
keep it
honest.
down.
It wasn't my fault. Okay.
You know I'll keep
Well.
him honest. He won't cause any trouble.
Very good. And your name?
She looks a little like insulted. It's Joanna Eugene.
Very good, very good.
Even
I'll
more
hold you
insulted.
to it. It is well to meet you. I was eager to assign faces to whom Gar had chosen for the task ahead. Please do enjoy yourself. This bar has been around for a very long time. In fact, the founders of the Pathfinder Society conceived the very idea of our collective in this very space over 400 years ago. It is unofficially affiliated with us, and has been since the early 4300s. You are most welcome here, young masters, but Please, no more fights. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must greet the others. And before you can even really get a chance to talk to her, Mona leaves the group, and Gar just chuckles at her and looks to Cabe. What was that about?
I mean, it was nothing. It was just, you know, the little scruffle in here. Nothing crazy.
Is that so? Well, Mona's been venture captain for quite some time now. I think she might be this tavern's biggest fan, so no more roughhousing. She and I, we go back a long time. This isn't just a bar to her. But, you got me while you have me. You guys have anything you want to discuss about our job moving forward? We're going to be very busy once we set sail tomorrow, so if you have any questions or concerns, now's the time.
I think Kalrasha will actually step up. Um, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
The merchandise that we will be moving, it made me curious. Have you seen or heard of a man of similar stature to my own? He should be interested in the Mephistopheles.
To be honest, I can't say that I have, but, you know, I'm not exactly the hiring manager, if you know what I mean. Uh, I would recommend you check with Demoy if we've had any interactions with. What are you anyway? I've never seen a woman like you before. You're clearly not human.
I am tall, tall woman.
Where are you from?
Uh, Kodar, the mountain.
Hodar.
Yes.
Wow. Are there more like you where you're from?
Yes, many, many.
And they're as big as you.
Oh, not all of them, not all of them,
Huh.
but some. I am
Interesting.
among the biggest of the women, but the men are all about the same size as me.
That's a big man. Gar like is imagining like multiples of you, like multiple giant people. Huh. Like sea giants almost, but mountain giants. You're not
Yes.
giants, are you?
I do not think so. In the
I
books,
don't
the
think so
giants
either.
are drawn much bigger than me.
Yeah, you're like smaller giants, but not. Huh.
I am
And
a tiny giant
Cade
with a
like
big
cuts in
human.
real quick, and he goes, and she gives good fist bumps.
Yes, I have
Oh.
learned today.
Cool. He said, kind of confused.
Sir Gar, the man that I am looking for, his name is Gorlith. Perhaps you have heard the name?
Gorliath. Gorliath. Hmm. How do you spell it?
Gord.
Oh,
Or live.
spelling is not Kalrasha's strong suit.
I'll be honest, I don't really recognize it. Do you have is there a surname? A family name?
I'm unfamiliar with family names.
Well, like,
Kalrasha does not have one.
we have Morgan Thane, I believe was your family name, young lady.
Yes, that was my father's name.
And
Samuel.
Joanna Eugene, I do believe. So there's their first name and then a family name. Is there your people do not have a family name?
Oh, I see. Well, I do not have family name, but I have a clan name.
I, that's better than nothing. What's your clan name?
Stormheart. Stormheart. Kalarasha Stormheart.
And would this Gorliath also be a Stormheart?
Oh, no, no, no. He is not a Stoneheart. He, he, well, his clan name is Stoneheart.
Stoneheart.
Stone, like rock.
Oh, he's a baddo.
Is he a Batto?
He
What is a
is
Batto?
not a nice man.
Are you hunting this man? Gar asks curiously.
I wish to ask him a question. He knew my family for a very long time.
Hmm.
I have heard that he has traveled to Absalom in search of a boat. I was wondering if that boat was yours.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, I would recommend checking with Demoy. She would have better info on potential prospects. I haven't been in charge of crew ledgers for quite a few years now.
Okay, thank you. You are very kind.
Just doing my job. Any other guys have any other questions? If not,
Oh.
grumble, grumble, grumble.
Goddamn Oda.
I mean, how long have you been doing this for?
Doing what?
Uh, I mean, I guess this whole
Uh,
thing with getting
as a
treasure and
captain?
stuff. Yeah, being captain.
Since I was a wee lad, I I bought my first ship when I was 17, and have been captaining a boat since then. I'm now 36.
Oh, all right. I was just curious. I don't really have much to me, so this is new to me.
Oh, yeah, of course. Kate, give me a sense motive.
All right, cool. Let me sit up. Oh God, it's so cramped in here. All right, just a sec. Uh, there we go. 16 plus 6.
Yeah, you Gar seemed to appreciate the being asked about his time as a sailor.
Yeah, he just kind of gives a nod and goes, "Well, I'm just curious. You seem like you know what you were doing, so I just curious why you did it."
Well, I love the ocean. What can I say? I feel more at home out out there than I do here on land. Not gonna go so far as to call people landlubbers or anything like that, but I, my true calling is out there.
I am a landlubber.
Yeah, it's your right to do so. Your
Cade
right to be
tries
so.
not to laugh at that. He's like, you know what? I'm a landlubber too.
And that's fine. Uh, uh, whatever floats your boat, as I like to say.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, as long as you give me something to punch, I'm right by you.
oh, well, you'll have stuff to punch. Don't you worry, son. You, Echo, you have earned a relationship point with Gar.
Hey, okay, there we go.
But if he continues, if there's nothing else, I probably should get to the party.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was great.
oh,
It was great talking to you.
Sir Gar.
Yes. You
Will
also don't
the
need to call me sir. You could just call me Gar or Captain.
Oh, you are not Sir.
No, you don't have to say Sir Gar. Extra
Oh, okay.
syllables.
Captain.
I suppose
Will
that's the same
the
amount of syllables.
Would the drinks be free?
Yeah, yes, drinks are free.
Yay! She runs over to the bar.
That is
Eager lady. Guard nods, and assuming no one else has anything left to say, he excuses himself and begins to mingle with the rest of the crew. As he leaves, those of you that are still standing there, give me perception checks.
Hey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You said perception?
Mhm.
I got 12 plus 6.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And what, Ian, so was yours?
22.
22. Okay. So yeah, all three of you, Cade, you now notice someone is being kind of like anxious looking, like somebody. You notice one of the wait staff, their eyes keep darting about. They just kind of look shifty. Morgan and Joanna, you recognize that it was one of the same people that you had seen earlier who looked a little anxious. They still look nervous. But
Does something seem off about him?
I assume you're talking to Joanna.
Yeah. Morgan leans towards Joanna.
You have local.
I have local.
Give me a perception check then. It's gonna be a high DC.
Can I
Okay.
use my local?
Have you been around town as well?
Yes, I have
Yeah,
the
you
local
can
key.
use local.
Yes, sir.
No, you don't recognize him.
Oh, let's go. I got a 16.
Yeah, you can roll sense motive. Yeah, I mean, you guys notice that they're acting anxious and nervous. You could roll sense motive to learn more.
Yeah.
Their nervousness, their anxiety looks more like fear than like anticipation or something.
Oh, is that who Kate beat up?
Well,
Hey, what was your local?
I got a 16 on my local.
You've seen this guy before, but you don't remember where. You definitely have seen him before, but you just cannot place where.
Kate slowly looks over to Joanne and like kind of, he doesn't fully point, but he kind of like as if like his hand is off to the side. He kind of points up and goes, should I walk over there? Should I say something?
I'm
Girl
trying.
as a wagon beat
I don't
down.
even know.
Rick
Well, he looks familiar. I've seen him before, so maybe I should go over there with you.
hell. Did you
Yeah, he
Getting-
goes with her. Oh God.
So you approach the wait staff. He looks at you. Yep, can I help you? I'm working here. You need a drink or?
Joanna like
Give me a bluff.
this is
Yeah.
15.
Nope. I rolled a 16. No, we don't know each other. I'm pretty good with faces. I've never seen you before.
How about me? I think I've seen you before, sir.
He looks at you quizzically, yeah, maybe in passing. I think I saw you here. Didn't you get in a fight?
He kind of drops his head. It was the wizard's fault. He was being a dickhead. I defended that woman. That is it.
If you say so, man.
What do you mean if he says? He's like,
Did you guys just come over here to bother me? You are aware I'm working right now.
I get
Whoa.
Yeah, what do you want? All right, and you? He asks Cade.
I don't know. Surprise me. I don't really drink often.
All right, you got it. He turns to go get you your drinks. You guys can give me perception checks.
Yes, sirski.
Ooh.
That's an 18. That's an 18 plus
Rolling
6.
now,
Never mind. I thought it was
Joanna drunk.
That's an
17.
18 plus 6. We're good.
Unfortunately, Morgan, you are just slightly too far away to notice it, but Cade, you noticed it. For some reason, this waiter has a knife on his belt. It's just under his coat, so it's sort of hard to see, but the guy has a knife. And you haven't seen anyone else have a knife on him. It seems a little weird that a waiter would have a knife strapped to his side. But he returns with your drinks and sets them down in front of you, and then saunters off before you guys can get in another word. And he leaves the room. He exits the building.
Yeah, he immediately kind of like leans over to Joe and he goes, "He had a knife on him." He had a. I don't. I mean, I'm not the most intelligent guy ever, but I don't think that's why he had a knife on him.
Yeah, it was definitely a dagger. It was not some cutlery knife.
Should I? Should I say? Like,
and she
I
waddled back over.
I
She's
think
not like
Cade just like
drunk, but she's
I think
definitely.
he helps her. He like kind of like grabs her, like puts like her arm around her shoulder, like, "Oh, I'll help you because you're stumbling now. And it's bad."
She doesn't drink anymore.
Well, wait, isn't Cal Russia? I hope she's not drunk. Oh, she's not
These
drunk.
cups are very tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kalrasha, you can give me a perception check, and Morgan, you can also give me a perception check to notice the man leaving.
6.
You don't notice.
Another 11.
Yeah, I'll say you notice. You were sort of watching him anyway, and Cade and Joanna sort of just left you, so you weren't really doing anything else. You were just watching him. So yeah, you saw him leave. You don't really know what sort of exchange.
Like the other context.
Yeah, but yeah, you saw him walk past you and exit the building.
I guess
Yeah.
it's break.
That guy had a knife, and it didn't look like it was for fruit.
You think he's here to hurt somebody?
Well, again, I'm not the smartest, but those people over there look scared. He looks perfectly calm, and he walked out with a knife.
Well, at least he left.
Yeah.
Makes me.
Do you think the other person has a knife?
Do those two people still look nervous, or do they look at ease now?
Give me perception checks.
Say less.
Ooh, 18.
18
You
again.
Neither of you see that other individual either. Both of them are now gone. You only saw that one with the knife leave, but the other one you don't see him anywhere.
Out of cars.
Well, you and Cade are near the bar. So there's actually quite a few officers near you. Wanda's sitting at the bar with Esme. Old Jimmy is next to Wanda. They're probably the closest people to you. Jimmy is the closest person to you.
Joanna will walk.
You're not far from him. You're like 2 feet away. No, oh no, to Jimmy, to Jimmy.
I walk up to Esme and
Oh right.
she goes into like what's kind of like a friendly hands and quiet voice. Some of the bit more.
You're saying
One-
this to Esme? Or
Yeah,
with
I'm saying this
Wanda?
quietly. Like kind of like leaning in between.
Wanda exchanges a glance with Esme. What do you mean?
Way to
You mean
dagger.
that's curious? Wanda is not hiding it at all. Did you ask him why?
Fucking scattered. I actually
did you
don't see a problem.
Where'd he go? Wanda sort of like shuffles around and looks around the room. Well, I don't want to assume anything, but might be worth looking into just to make sure he's not up to any good.
Trust no. I don't trust nobody who's acting. Yeah. Established.
Wanda is looking around some more, and let me see. She seems to be perceiving the room. You guys can do so as well before she makes a statement.
All right, what do I make?
It's just another perception check.
Too easy. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 24.
Yeah, Kate, you notice before she even says it, Venture Captain Mona is nowhere to be seen.
I think
And
honestly, Kate, at this point,
Wanda asks, "Where's Mona?" She says to Esme.
Esme looks around the room and sort of clutches at her blouse and I don't know. I don't see where she went. Um and then she looks at Joanna. She's like, "You, dear, you are hired as security, correct?"
Go secure.
Perhaps would you be a dear and maybe just go see if you can see her? If maybe I wouldn't want a man with a dagger to be roaming about.
Gather my companions. Careful.
Yes, of course. Stay here.
Joanne, when Joanne turns around, Kate is already heading out the door.
Alright, what door? Like the front door?
The front door, yeah.
What if they're in the back?
He's gonna try to go. His goal is to flank him. That's why he's trying to hurry up and go around.
Joanna will go back over. Passive. I would say, of
Can I bring my drink?
course you
It
can
is not finished.
put it down.
Oh, thank
When
you.
I
That's
saw the
very
guy
good.
leave, when I saw the guy leave, which door was he leaving from?
He went out the front door, and it looked like he went to the right.
I'm gonna follow. That guy went that way.
God damn, never split. All right, let's go. Balls are out the front.
Okay, Joanna.
Alrighty.
Can I make like some investigation or something, or like to look around?
Yeah. And right now, I'm gonna pause it. So you guys should be looking at basically just an alley.
Okay.
Is that
I am.
correct? Is anyone streaming?
I
Yeah,
can
I
stream.
like.
Yeah, it'd be helpful just so I can make sure keeping. This is should be an introduction to Fog of War. Oh, but why is that not loaded? God damn it. Is it happening again?
If it is,
Let me try activating another scene and hopefully we can go back to the other one. Okay, preload. Okay. And activate. Please work. Gosh darn it. Is the map not working for anyone?
It's all gray for
Correct.
me
I'm
too.
great.
It's all gray for you guys. Yeah, having a loading issue. I think I have to reload the server. Because there is supposed to be a map. So I'll let you guys decide. We can call it here before we start this next encounter, or we can reload and just keep playing.
I think I'm also gonna second the vote to maybe table it here.
Okay.
I think we've got a good introduction, and this will be like a fresh start to what looks like a new arc.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Sounds good. Yeah, no worries.
It's lunchtime.
Cool.
Alrighty. Well, I am gonna stick around to do more work on Foundry. So if there's stuff that you guys want to do, like in your characters, the server will be up and you guys can do edits and all of that. I'll make the Foundry virtual tabletop our active scene.